नहीं करता है
Hello, Kavita madam, am I visible?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. You say I can on my video, isn't it? Audio.
Ah, yes, yes, madam, yes, yes.
Okay, now I'll just mute it, ma'am.
Janaki Raman. Janaki Raman. Kekda.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Ah, yes,
madam, everybody is audible, madam. I can hear clearly, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Madam, I am Rajkumar. I am the host today, man.
Raj.
So Janaki Raman is not available.
Rajkumar.
Devi, anything?
Rajkumar sir, I send mail sir, PPT mail பண்ணிருக்கேன் sir.
Check பண்ணிட்டேம்மா.
Okay sir, okay.
Rajkumar sir, rector sir வந்தோனே சொல்லுங்க.
Okay madam. Janaki Raman not available, madam. Prasanna and myself.
Okay. Thank you sir.
Madam, you are audible, madam.
Rajkumar?
Yes, sir.
You are ready, Rajkumar?
Yes, sir. I am ready, sir.
Okay, right. Madam Kavita, ma'am, comparing vandutangala, ma'am. Speakers ella vandacha confirm panikinga, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Comparing vandutangala, ma'am. Yaar comparing, welcome.
Niranjana, ma'am.
Niranjana, ma'am, irukanga. Welcome.
Welcome. Yuvrani, ma'am. Yuvrani, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Here,
Right.
ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Arunachalam, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, all the
Good
speakers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Neerija.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, rector, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, rector, sir, unmute panana, sir. Please. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes,
Good
sir.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Kavita. Can you hear me, Kavita?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I request all the speakers, you can check one time your audio, video, so that it will not be trouble for us.
afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Sir, you can give co-host for me, Kavita ma'am, Arunachalam sir. Like that, most of the faculty you can give the co-host, Rajkumar.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you say good, those who are checking, tell their name.
Yes, sir. You are okay, sir. You are audible. Video also okay, sir.
Yeah, this is Dr. Arunachalam, sir. My audio
Yes,
and
sir.
video.
Okay, sir. Right, sir.
Yeah.
This is
Come on, you check it.
Dr.
The speaker's audio, video.
Sir. Good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. Neerija from Management Studies Department.
Ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Dr. Tamil Selvi from Viscom Department.
Good afternoon, sir. Mrs. Gajalakshmi from Faculty of Pharmacy.
Request all the speakers, please one time switch on the video and check.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Tarni from Faculty of Physiotherapy.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Sandhya from Biotechnology, sir.
This is Dr. Chandrasena Rajeshwaran from English Department, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Sri Lakshmi from Faculty of Physiotherapy.
Who is showing Abdul Kalam?
This is Sujita from Faculty of Nursing.
Good afternoon. This is Dr. N. Subhashri, Dean Engineering and Science.
After a long time, I am seeing Subhasri.
Good afternoon, sir. Cvr Raj.
Request all the speakers who not responded, you can check your video and audio.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. Anupam Velusamy from the Faculty of Dentistry.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
So I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
ma'am. Okay.
Sir, I'm Dr. Kartika from ACS Medical College and Hospital, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, hope all checked so that we can go for the program. If anyone missed faculty members, speakers, you can check on time your audio and video.
Angel, ma'am.
Yes.
Angel, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, Angel, ma'am, your voice is little very less. You can check it with your audio also.
Okay, am I audible, sir, now?
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Janaki from Cost and Management Department.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Good afternoon, Ramesh.
Yes, Narayanan. Okay, hope all already checked and very happy that, madam, you can start, ma'am.
Niranjana, ma'am. Yeah. Niranjana, ma'am. Yeah.
Ma'am, your voice not audible, ma'am.
Muted.
Niranjana, ma'am.
Muted, ma'am.
Not muted. Correct only. Better you can remove the headphone, ma'am. Sometimes the problem will be. Remove the headphone and talk directly.
Oh,
Niranjana, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Now is it better?
Yes, ma'am. Continue, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Madam, please start. Ramesh, sir, start பண்ணலாம்ல?
Yes, ma'am. Niranjana, ma'am, you can start the program, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you all are safe and sound. We all have been facing tough times due to this COVID-19 pandemic, but thanks to the relentless and untiring work of the researchers, we are all set and powered in this war against the coronavirus. The former First Lady of the United States, Michelle Obama, once said, "You may not always have a comfortable life, and you will not always be able to solve all the world's problems all at once. But don't ever underestimate the impact you can have, because history has shown us that courage can be contagious and hope can take on a life of its own." So, before the start of this session, let us take a deep breath and acknowledge the fact that we are all in this together. I feel extremely delighted as we are geared up on the seventh day of the 21 days, 33 departments, 41 events MGR COVID 19 COVID Weaving series. To get started with the session, I would like to call upon Dr. Yuvrani, Associate Professor, Faculty of Physiotherapy, David G. Maggie Journal Club, to present the welcome address.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all present here for this wonderful session. I take the privilege and honor to propose a welcome address on behalf of MGR's Sir Cvr Raman Journal Club of Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute. It's my pleasure to welcome our Honorable Founder, galvanize us to reach the heights of success. We welcome you, sir. I'm delighted to welcome our Honorable President, Engineer ACS Arun Kumar, sir, highly energetic, zestful person and a distinctive personality who always works untiring for the welfare of the students. I'm equally honored to welcome our beloved Rector, Dr. D. Vishwanathan, sir. Welcome, sir. I'm delighted to welcome Dr. L. Rameshwar, Dean EPA, moderator of today's panel discussion, who is always initiative, thoughtful, and resourceful in making the MGR COVID Weaving possible. I also welcome all the eminent speakers of today's session, executives, head of the department, members of all the faculties, and all the participants who are connected with us through this virtual platform. On behalf of our institution, I once again welcome all the speakers of today's session. Definitely, our scholars and speakers would enlighten us with the current impact of COVID-19. With this note, I would like to sign off by sharing His Excellency Nelson Mandela Sir motivational quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." Let us all join together to change the world by using the powerful weapon called education. Stay home, stay safe. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon Dr. E. Kavita, Coordinator, MGR CVR Journal Club, Professor, Department of Physics, to brief us about the MGR CVR Journal Club.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all connected here. Education is the most powerful weapon that we can change the world by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. With this quote, myself, Dr. Kavita, Coordinator, CVR Journal Club. Very happy to welcome you all for this event, COVID We Win. Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute, Sir Cvr Raman Journal Club ensures the faculty and student promote critical thinking skills, dissemination of scientific information, and generate novel research ideas into publications. The general purpose of this journal club is to facilitate the review of a specific research study and to discuss the implications of the study for practice. The main objective is to update the current research topics with the students through journal club faculty members, to review the research progress of the journal club member, and to achieve quality research publications indexed in Scopus Index and Web of Science. The operation of this journal club structure as a department-wise journal club monthly discussion meeting, organize promotional events for publication to the benefit of faculty, appreciate the faculty research progress through MGR Research Awards, university journal club meeting to be scheduled per semester to review the publications of the departments. Every year, we have an annual MGR Research Award function to appreciate the research talents and for motivating the research spirit among the researchers. The winners are honored by the following awards: Founder Chancellor Research Excellence Award, President Award for Researcher Attainment, Sir Cvr Raman Research Publications Premium Award, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Research Publication Award, Thiruvallur Award for Literary, then Kirtaj Sandhu Patent Award, JC Bose Research Project Award, then Hirsch Research Index Award, and Research Publication Collaboration Award. Finally, we are giving this Research Contribution Certificate. So to become a good researcher, it requires inspiration, constant dedication, and also we need recognition. So to make this, our university is extremely happy to announce open call for the nominations of this MJ Awards. And we are just inspiring and recognizing these researchers at our university. And every department, we are having a journal club. So we have nearly 18 journal clubs in our university. Each department conducts a journal club meeting once in 3 months to enhance the knowledge in the research field. And we are having different names for this club. For example, this HNS, we are having Enrico Journal Club, Max Srinivasan Ramanujam Journal Club. So like this, we are having a different names for all the journal clubs. So with this, I'm extremely happy to say that our Cvr Journal Club is moving forward to enhance the knowledge and research ideas. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request Dr. Vishwanathan, Rector, Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute, to present the inaugural address.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected President, Professor Ramesh, distinguished speakers of this day, ladies and gentlemen. I am extremely delighted to join with you all on this occasion while we are reviving the impact of COVID-19. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the office bearers of the journal clubs, Sir C.V. Raman journal clubs, for organizing such a wonderful program for the benefit of the society. I have gone through the speakers' titles. It is excellent title, which is being carved out from various publications for the past 1.5 years regarding COVID-19. I'm really happy that our university is progressing very well in terms of research. At the same time, this is not sufficient. Just 2 days before, when I reviewed with our Professor Ramesh regarding the publications, I feel that still some more effort we have to put to get the more impact factor publications, Web of Science publications, etc. I'm sure that during this pandemic, every one of us are suffering one way or other by losing their relatives, friends, etc. And even just now, another five minutes before, I received a very sad news from my relatives passed away. So this kind of situation, every one of us are in the sad environment. But we are the educational institutions only can come forward to analyze the factors and possible solutions to the present problems. Our speakers are going to analyze various impacts of COVID-19 in the society, starting from economics, industries, production, education, students' welfare, health and welfare, so many topics. I'm really happy. If all these presentations are being recorded, of course it's being recorded, and if we bring out the proceedings printed format, we can submit to the government and other organizations for the next 2 or 3 years. It is for us to, it will take 2 or 3 years to come out of these COVID problems. And for the past 1.5 years, we have lost the prime education concepts. Students have not visited the schools and colleges. And we are only talking through online. And many thousands of students are not comfortable with online classes because they have their own problems of internet connectivity, mobile data connectivity, system availability, like mobile phone, all these things. And at the end, when we interacted with the students, they say that they are highly disappointed and unable to express their difficulties. With this kind of situation, government has cancelled many examinations. But this batch past 2 years and all section of students, whether it's a first year or a final year or second year, third, whichever they lost the prime education from knowledge transformation from teachers. So I request all the teachers to come out how best we can handle the online classes to the students. I have suggested certain methods. Now it is time for us to come out. All out, we have to go out and see that our course, we prepare the course material more effectively. The course material should have a lot of animations, graphics, visuals, concepts, etc. It should be available for the students to download anytime and read. So I request all our distinguished colleagues, please see that every course is reaching the student at least 75 to 80% of understanding ability. So whatever it be last year, we have lost, but coming year, we all have to come together and standardize the online teaching methods. And our president is ready to support whatever we want for online class techniques. So with this, I also congratulate the 33 departments, 21 days, 33 departments are involved and about 41 events. Even today, Sunday, all of you have your own personal works at home. But without minding all those things, these speakers today have prepared from the morning, they have prepared the lecture, and now they are all online presenting to this the noble cause for the students and society. I'd like to congratulate all the speakers and wish you all the best. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to interact with you in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call upon Ms. Angel, Assistant Professor of English, Faculty of Hotel Management, Dr. Chef Manjit Gil Journal Club, to explain us about the event.
Dear all, very good afternoon. Before we could get started with the paper presentation, let me give you a quick run through of the proceedings planned for the day. Coven Weaven is an initiative by Sir C.V. Raman Journal Club of Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute. It is a mega event that spans for 21 days with 41 events being organized by 33 departments of our university to win COVID. The prime aim in conducting this series of events is to re-examine the facts associated with COVID-19, its impact on people, physically as well as psychologically around the world, and to discuss and create awareness about the coping mechanisms to overcome the fear and trauma that has spread amongst people because of this virus. The 41 events planned includes webinars to create awareness about COVID, discussion of research papers on COVID, creative events for students, short entertainment sessions, which again revolve around the theme of COVID-19 and strategies to overcome it. Today, the 20th of June is day 7 of this Coven Weaven initiative, and we are going to spend the day listening to research articles on COVID-19, which will be reviewed by faculty members and research scholars. So the entire session will have 5 rounds. Let me give you a quick run through of what will be covered in all these rounds. So round 1 is going to be a presentation round, presentation of research articles from around the world on COVID-19. We have a total of 16 members in round 1, each of whom would take about 4 minutes to present their papers or articles. Round 2, again, presentation of research articles written by faculty from MGR Educational and Research Institute. A total of 13 speakers are going to present their papers in round 2. So in both rounds 1 and 2, faculty from MGR are going to present papers. In round 1, they are going to present papers written by other researchers around the globe, whereas in round 2, research papers written by the faculty from MGR will be presented. Round 3 will be an open session for the participants from outside Dr. MGR to present their papers. So participants interested to present papers during this round are requested to send your names and title of the paper in the chat window. We will also be giving you instructions, so you can do according to that. A total of 5 candidates will be given an opportunity to present their papers during this round. Then round 4 is going to be a question and answer session, and round 5 will be a concluding round. So this is the order by which we are going to proceed. I think I have made the schedule clear. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to hand over the session to Dr. L. Ramesh, Dean, EPA, Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Rector, sir, for the inaugural address. Very warm welcome all the participants, research scholars, participants from our Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute, participants from other institutions, participants from academic industry, and general public. The students all are connected together. Very good team today we are having here. Yes, already explained in the session also about the program. Not only that COVID we win. Yes, we have to win before December. That is what we made it as COVID we win. 100% we all will connect together to win. Yes, during this journey, what is the reason behind we have to have the panel discussion this? Okay, so we thought of it is very tough for each people to go through all the research article. So you know that the review of research article will be the best one. So keeping in that mind, we had a discussion. Our journal club, we had a very good team of journal club coordinators. We had a discussion, and we thought how we can able to execute this program, how we can able to execute, give a wonderful information within 3 hours. Then people given the idea that, sir, why can't we do the review on the research article related to COVID in last 1.5 years? So that what will happen after these 3 years, 16 plus 10, around 26, 30 papers which we are going to do the review. So within short time, the participants, even not only the participants, those who are watching in the YouTube also, in future also, in that video will be helpful for our general public, helpful for the research scholars to gather all the information within 2 hours. That is actually the objective which we thought to provide this information. And I'm very happy when we texted in our group, we had a very good response from our own faculty stating that yes, we are ready to have sit for 1 week to prepare a paper on so paper related to some top journal. We selected a top journal, indexed journal, and selected the paper and categories the papers accordingly in different domain. So that we selected in the round 1, and round 2 is the MGR paper, and round 3 like what ma'am told, right? Yes, keeping in that mind, before we are going to the panel discussion, so we should first know little about our COVID-19 and a little impact on the research. So we all know that this novel coronavirus called COVID-19, which emerged in Wuhan, China in November 2019, has grown into a global threat. Even now it is a global threat and was eventually declared a global pandemic. That all we know. This fight against the COVID-19 has also affected the research activities. Yes, we all know that. Affected the research activities at universities and institute, with many scientists having had to stop or limit their research during the pandemic. So we know that a lot of people the reason behind is the experiment. It is very difficult to get the experimental data. The research using experimental equipment and so-called wet lab experimentation cannot be replicated in remote working condition. This is a big challenge for the research people. They can't able to continue their research. So with the researchers around the world, across maybe including Japan, in the Japan data states that they are actually always, the competition will be there in between the researchers who will give the best outcome result first. So that got totally delay in the research because of the restrictive countermeasure applied by government in battling COVID-19. So this may lead to a greater emotional strain for a scientist, research scholars, because so what we have our passion, we have to complete the research, we have to finish the research, but that can't able to move forward what we expected. That is what the essence which the COVID-19 impacted. So to begin this COVID-19 crisis to a massive, so this is what one we thought of little negative impact, but at the same time, the positive impact is the massive influx of publications. Not only in the specialty journal being flooded with submissions by authors, flooded like the indexed Web of Science indexed journals flooded with, and even the Scopus indexed journals flooded with a lot of papers. More than 0.1 million papers have been published till now in the prestigious journal. So that is what the great impact on the research related to the COVID. The people, all the domains related to, whether it is related to the children's education, whether it is related to the digital marketing, whether it is related to the maybe medical research, whether it is related to the energy-based research, how it is impacted in the COVID. People start publishing the paper, conducting the survey, taken some little point of experimental result like that. It is a good thought that we had a very good research contents are there, and because of that research contents, there is a lot of information we can able to know, and government also having the data to move forward to the next level. So this research article is giving the beautiful information for the any local government or national government or the centralized government, even WHO, even United Nations, they have the data from these lot of papers only. So this the rate of major depression among postgraduate. So some survey which made, and which I would like to present to you, the depression, there is a little depression across the postgraduate students, depression across the research students. It was found out in United States, and so the pandemic may have accelerated the adaptation of fast peer review. The journal got fast peer review. So when compared with last year, now this year, the acceptance, that is the journal review time got reduced. That is what the survey states, that almost 90% of early and middle career researchers say that they have experienced a huge disturbance to their work. 90% is there have a disturbance to their, that is what they thought. They given the result. The majority of researchers who are locked out of their lab due to the pandemic expect, because you know that no experimental data, that is the problem. So this is one kind of thing. And according to the new analysis, 29.1% of COVID studies tracked by global registered clinical trial. So this is also in action now. And another thread is there. Most US states are reporting incomplete data on the progression on the pandemic. So some percentage of people are providing incomplete data. So this is according to the report by non-profit Resolve to Save Lives. They mentioned this part. So as a coronavirus preprint elevates concern about poor quality research. So there is another one part. So one part people are doing the research and submitting the paper. Another person from Daniel. So he done fantastic software, and this software, what he did, this software, he done the image analysis, image processing analysis for 21,000 images, and he found that 3,500 pre-print posted images are copied from another paper. So it is not a good one for us, because the researchers not to do the plagiarism. This is also a status. It is reported in the Nature journal. And the applying algorithms that can identify matching images in so around 400 images and 3,500 preprints they cross-checked, and it was a 400 images was found copied from other content. So this is the just essence which I would like to share you. The reason is because so that only we can know how this COVID-19 positively impacted research, but even though in that research what are the crux are there, right? So we move on to the first round. So this first round, what we thought, we can have the papers across all the domains, but the authors will be outside the MGR. So we given the instruction for the speakers to select their papers with respect to all the domains. So like that, we done lot of discussion, lot of meeting, and finally come to the conclusions. And my request for the round one, the first presentation, impact of COVID-related lockdown on environmental and climate change scenario, Dr. N.S. Subhashri, Dean Engineering and Science. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. First of all, I would like to thank our Honorable President for this massive initiative on COVID Weevil. I am Dr. N.S. Subhashri, Dean Engineering and Science, and I am going to present a paper, Impact on COVID-related Lockdowns on Environmental and Climate Change Scenario, published in Environmental Research Journal, April 2021. The authors are Shakil Ahmed Bhatt and Rohitash Kumar, College of Agriculture Engineering, Srinagar, Umar Bashir, Division of Food Science and Technology, Sher-e-Kashmir University, Srinagar, Mohammed School of Life Science and Food Engineering, Huayin Institute of Technology, China, Amir Ishaq and Mehraj Ul Dindar, Department of Social and Water Engineering, Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana, Rauf Ahmed Butt, Division of Environmental Science, Sher-e Kashmir University, Srinagar, and Farooq Sher, School of Mechanical, Aerospace, and Automotive Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Environmental and Computing, Coventry University, UK. We all know the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic have imposed measures across the globe to prevent spread of the disease. The lockdown have brought about drastic impact at social and economic fronts. The scenario posed some positive impact as well in the environment, such as reduction of concentration of particulate matter, NO2 and CO across major cities globally. Sir, please can you put the third slide? Yeah, thank you. This article highlights the impact of lockdown in the environment and also compared with pre and post lockdown air pollution across the globe. The authors have studied several aspects like air, water, and noise pollution, and also waste management during pre and post lockdown. A major impact of lockdown can be observed in air quality. We can see, sir, next slide, please. We can see the blue skies over cities, the increased marine life activity. So the blue color tells us that the pollution have been reduced. This has been taken in the lockdown, pre and post lockdown conditions. We can also witness increased marine life activity, animals and birds moving around in their own accord. A decline in the concentration of PM10 in Delhi was around 51.84% reduction, and in Kolkata it was 8.94%. It is mainly attributed to substantial decrease in vehicle exhaust and industrial output emission during the lockdown. The ozone also, the concentration of the ozone also boosted up to 9.73%. The overall air quality improved, and it was observed from NAQA, National Air Quality Index data. The air pollution across the world witnessed sudden drop in carbon emission also. And to explain the overall changes in the air quality, the authors have measured air quality index, AQI, on a 0 to 500 scale, and they have given a scale in which the cities globally can be assessed. They also calculated the excessive risk and the relative threat of contamination was also measured. So this slide shows that the reduction in the contaminants across the globe. To find out the meteorological impact, the authors used two simulation techniques, and they were not able to find much lower impact in the meteorological impact. The beaches, another positive effect, are unpolluted with sparkling clean water. Example, we also know it is Venice. One of the major threats posed by COVID in the disposal of medical waste, the authors insisted on individual responsibility of obeying rules and regulations while discarding face masks and other medical waste. The authors also cited significant fall in noise level across major cities, which is due to cancellation of flights, no commercial activities, no outdoor games, closure of malls and masks, etc. globally. So the noise level or the noise pollution level, to be particular, is also reduced. The final conclusion given by the authors in this paper, it is the COVID-19 pandemic have produced both positive and negative effect on the environment. The latter is greater as we need a sustainable way to clean up the environment. The sustainable becomes very important here. It would be challenging if the countries neglect the impact of epidemic on the environment. The COVID pandemic disaster offers a meaningful message to all the countries for restoring the environmental quality as well as natural ecosystem stability. It has led to significant drop in the environmental pollution and increase the air quality. The safe management of domestic and medical waste is very critical, which need to be addressed at the moment. So taking all this into account, the final essence of the paper is the environmental pollution are reduced and there is an improvement in air quality. It is across globally, And India also witnessed a decrease, which is around 12.33% decrease in the particulate matter, NO2 and CO2. And also the noise pollution level have come down. Certain effect is predicted in the meteorological aspect also. And finally, we have to take both the positive and negative aspect of the COVID pandemic and work out on the negative aspect for a sustainable environment. I thank the Dean EPA office for giving me such an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It was nice presentation and very rightly pointed out air quality of air, which we feel very bad in Delhi, particularly our country. It is Delhi. Not only Delhi, even our Chennai also we felt bad. We can able to enjoy the very good air, but even when the industry got started again, we need to go back. But we need to provide some solution for that. Come out with a lot of innovative ideas to how to even in industry will run, how to make it possible. That is what we need to think. Conclusion is that
work on the waste management, sir. That is very critical now.
Yes, the 100% waste, because whenever there is a different type of waste is there. For example, in the lockdown, totally it is medical waste, different type of industry waste is totally stopped during the lockdown. But we need to, what rightly pointed out, ma'am, we need to seriously work on the waste management. How to we can able to waste management and reduce it and provide. We know that we damaged the air, damaged the soil, damaged the water. So these three part we need to take in care. That is what this paper also says that. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Now I invite for the second presentation, the impact of COVID-19 on small business outcome and expectation by Dr. B. Neeraja, Professor and Deputy Head Academic, Faculty of Management Studies. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I thank all my executives, President sir, Chairman sir, and Dean EPE for giving me this opportunity. So today my session is, my presentation is regarding the impact of COVID on small businesses. As you know, all businesses are having a severe impact, but then this particular study was done on small business units to find out what exactly is the blow hit for the small business units. Of course, the study has been done in USA, and a sample size of 5,800 small business units was taken as a sample for the study. And the purpose of the study is economic impact of coronavirus COVID-19 on small business units. The period of study was from March 28 until 4th of April 2020. Article type was research and it was an observation study. Authors of this particular article are Alexander, Matria, Zio, Edward, etc. So just go into the next fact. So facts. By the time the study has started, already lockdown has started in America, and therefore it was said that the mass layoff of closure had already started, which was just a few weeks into the crisis. Risk of closure was negatively associated with the expected length of the crisis. Many small businesses and their financial fragile, that is the medium business with more than $10,000 in monthly expense, had only 2 weeks of cash on hand at the time the survey has been done. Majority of these businesses had planned to seek funding through the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, that is CARES Act. Right. To go to the next point, the study was exactly done to find out how small business units adjusted to the economic disruption resulting from the COVID-19 to understand how long does this business expect the close down, that is a lockdown, crisis will last for, and how their expectation affect their decisions. To study how alternative policies proposals impact business and employment resilience. So this was the main idea of the study, and the findings after the study was done with 5,800 small business units. 43% of the business had temporary closure, and nearly all of them had a single reason called as COVID-19. Reasons for temporary closures were also identified as reduction in the demand for the product. Employees' health concern was one of the important parameters to be checked out. Disruption in the supply chain being less of a fraction. Then decline was particularly sharp in mid-Atlantic region, which includes New York City. In this particular city, it was noted that 54% of the firms were closed and employment was down by 47%. Industries with retail, art, entertainment, personal services, food services, and hospitality all reported minimum of 50% as an employment decline. The medium firms with monthly expenses over $10,000 had only enough cash to handle for roughly 2 weeks. And out of 4 respondents only had enough cash to handle only for 2 months or even lesser than that period. So this were the findings. Next slide, please. Yes, these were the observations according to the report produced by the authors. First thing, it was really a good contemporary research topic which was being taken over by the authors. And sample size was exclusively good with 5,800 units as a sample. Conclusion is well articulated. Figures had coherence of good, very good. They were given. Of course, every article have two sides of a coin. So some weakness were being identified in this article. First thing, abstract itself is missing with the country name. That is where the study has been done. Only when you run through the paper, you will be able to identify this study was done in USA. Then questionnaire was not available even in the annexion. Though the paper says there are 43 questions, but the questionnaire was not available in the article. Then standard questions were not asked for all the respondents. They followed a system called a skip logic system, which will not ask everyone the same set of questions. They were just shuffling the questions. Then no information on statistical tools was employed. Only mean and standard deviation were applied. This doesn't suit for the study of such a large sample size. While representing the data, the authors used we, which should have not been used, because when you're representing a paper, you should give it as a third party. So this representation will manipulate the data as interpreted by the authors rather than the result of the study. Next slide, sir. So, though instead of saying it as an opportunity, we can see it as a scope. So this study can be extended to the various other specific areas. Though this study was done on small business units, exclusively segregating into their various industries, the study can be done. Same way, the study can be done in other countries to have a glance of overall impact of COVID-19 on global scenario. Scholars who are interested to make a particular study on such situations can take this as a base for the further research articles. And instead of using the word threat, I want to put it as a limitation, because every article has some limitations. So the study is restricted only to one state. Sir, I think we jumped the slide. Yeah. This is not a qualified research for academic purpose, as any academic research should have a review of literature, which is missing in this article. Then standard statistical tools which should have been used were not used. This is what I have observed from this article. And thanks to the authors who have really done a great job by doing such a important and contemporary topic as a study. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am rightly pointed out the impact of small scale business is totally 43%. It is reported.
Yes, sir.
Yes, but even this is the best example for our pandemic situation now. Like this, maybe if there is expectation, we can able to have another couple of years also. Maybe
Yes.
next. So like this, something will come. So we need to give some solution for the industry. Small scale industry.
Actually, the study was done during the first pandemic, sir. But even for the second pandemic, I think they can do the study, because no one expected this.
Right. I am coming to the point because when compared with large industry, small scale industry, they till now not implemented industry 4.0.
Exactly.
So the large scale industry implemented industry 4.0, even though very less manpower, they can run the plant, but it is not like that for the small scale industry. So we can suggest the small scale industry to implement the, even though little costly for implementation of industry 4.0, even the world moving towards industry 5.0. Our country, we are towards industry 4.0. So we suggest in these forums to industry to start moving on industry 4.0 for the automation for the small scale industry, so that what will happen, like this crisis will be there. So there is a possibility that with very less manpower, we can run the plant and get the production. So that is what the conclusion we can do for this. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And now I invite, yes, ma'am. Thank you. Now I invite the third presentation, vaccine to prevent COVID-19 protocol for a living systematic review with network meta-analysis including patient data. Dr. Nirmala Famila Betty, Assistant Professor, Department of Prosthodontics, Thai Mugambige Dental College. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Dr. Nirmal Famila Betty, representing the GV Black Journal Club from Thai Mugambige Dental College and Hospital. And I am going to present a topic about COVID vaccines today. The earlier question about the COVID vaccine was, should I get vaccinated? Now this question has disappeared, and the question now which is emerging is, are the vaccines safe? When should I get vaccinated? What is the ideal protocol to get vaccinated? So in order to find answer for all these questions, I searched major databases like PubMed, Embase, and etc. And I found few evidences. So, and I found answer that all these questions were safe, all these vaccines were safe and to be used on human subjects, because most of the vaccines are now have passed almost phase 3 of clinical trials. Next slide. So the systematic review which I chose had followed all the methodology that is required to perform an SR. It has followed the PRISMA guidelines, it has a search in all the major databases, and it has got an LSR workflow, because this one being a living systematic review, which I'll be talking later. And it has got an inclusion criteria which is mentioned, but which is not very clearly defined, because it has included all the patients who are vaccinated. And they have assessed the risk. There is a qualitative assessment which is being done for all the included articles in the form of bias assessment. And the sensitivity results are analyzed this. The sensitivity result is something that analyzes the lost patient's follow-up data, which means that in a trial, if a patient has been included and if the patient is not continuously available for follow-up, we consider it either as some missing data or a patient lost to follow-up. But in the systematic review, they have included the sensitivity results also. Next slide. Next slide. So the article which I have chosen is from the journal Systematic Reviews with an impact factor of 2.05 from the publisher Biomedical Central. And the author is Doran Etel from Denmark. And this is a living systematic review. What is a living systematic review first? A living systematic review is something which updates the data periodically as and when the data are available. So why should we do a living systematic review in this case? Because there is no existing data available on all these COVID and the related works. And since this COVID has been periodically undergoing mutations, the healthcare professionals and all the others related to this work need to be periodically updated regarding the changes that are happening in the treatment protocols. So a living systematic review is now going to help us update the data periodically and provide the best evidences possible at that particular period of time. So I can say that I have chosen the right article to find my answer. And according to the protocol, a living systematic review should have a workflow. So the author has given a pictorial representation of how he has gone about this article. So he has a research question and he has searched all the major databases, collected the data. The best part which the author has done here is he has avoided the commercial names of all the vaccines. He has used only the generic names and he has used all the randomized trials, etc. So the salient feature of this article is the data synthesis. The data has been synthesized from all the databases and all the articles, including the observation studies and case reports. The author has included all sorts of outcomes, including the exploratory outcome, which analyzes the negative impact of vaccines on the individuals also. Again, the bias assessment, the grading system is done routinely. The statistical analysis is not the routine analysis like forest plot or funnel plot, which is followed here. Instead, they have used a network meta-analysis, which is followed in a living systematic review. And individual patient data is followed here. Only the patient's data, only patients who are reporting any adverse effect for vaccines, data is maintained so that the cause or the etiology of these adverse reactions can be actually monitored in this case. And the eligibility criteria, whether the patient, the data of all the patient included here, whether the patient is exposed to COVID before the vaccination or the patient is a unexposed patient is not mentioned clearly. And in conclusion, there is no clear conclusion in a living systematic review because the data keep changing and the evidences has to be updated. So a concrete conclusion is not given in a living systematic review, but still it gives a future schedule. As more and more data are available, it helps to improve the vaccine program in this COVID pandemic. Next slide. So my analysis is the author has given a very clear workflow. He has included only the source of vaccine like RNA, DNA, live vaccine and attenuated vaccine. He has not used any commercial names, that is avoiding the bias here. And all the data set is being done perfectly. And the updates has been done on a weekly basis in this live review. And the bias and outcomes, like outcomes in the form of primary, secondary and exploratory outcome, everything has been clearly explained by this author. So I would like to conclude by saying that is the vaccine safe? Yes, the vaccine is safe to be used, though the complications are not discussed by the author. Because the complications are not discussed in the sense it is not hidden or it is not masked by the author. The complication that is occurring after vaccination is negligible and it is not very seriously considered. So I would like to say, get vaccinated and motivate others to vaccinate. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge our patrons, our chancellor, our secretary and our president, our vice chancellor and our registrar. I would like to thank the Cvr Journal Club for giving me this opportunity and Thai Mugabege Dental College and Hospital, our principal, additional principal, vice principal and all the head of the departments and our team of faculty and our students. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It was a good presentation and we all come to the conclusion now. Maybe some 6 months back, people are not ready to take vaccination and now come to the conclusion because of there is no other option for us to move on to the vaccination to get out from the COVID. That is one solution. So that the paper also indicated that and you presented. So like this data analysis of papers like this will helpful for the participants, those who having a dynamo in their mind. Dynamo, for example, they will have the what will happen. So people are worried about the what will happen. Like that only people are worried. So the keeping in that mind, now people will come to the conclusion that there is a research paper states that go for vaccination. Then automatically will people appreciate that whenever there is a research outcome states that, then the general public will ready to accept. So that is what the researchers who done this contribution, and like this lot of other papers also there, importance of vaccination and what is the result. Maybe after 3 months, 4 months, what is the result? That data also helpful for the participants like this to take it to the next level. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. And the next our discussion article is the COVID-19, a boom or a ban for creativity by Mr. Sujita Jabaros, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Nursing. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to all. And today the topic I have selected for discussion, that is the article review, is COVID-19, a boon or bane for creativity. It's taken from the journal Frontier Psychology, published on the year. The first slide, please, sir. The first slide. Published on January 2021. COVID-19, a boon or bane. So when this question is asked to us, immediately we all will say it is a bane. I hope you do agree with me, but I'm very sure at the end of this discussion, you will accept it's a boon too. Let's start the review. Next slide, sir. Next, please. Next slide, please. Sir? Yeah, thank you. COVID-19. It is considered as a global stressor because the period of pandemic lockdown imposed an unprecedented changes among people all over the world. Yes, it made a severe negative impact all over the world. And in this study, the authors defined these negative effects in two terms. one is uncertainty, and another one is solitude. So uncertainty, I think you all had experienced uncertainty during the lockdown. We had uncertainty with our job, with our education, with our relationship, and even with our life. And solitude, in other hand, solitude also we experienced loneliness because we were unable to come out of the home. So that made a severe impact on our emotional bonding too. But in this study, the authors attempt to explore a positive outcome out of this COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. They believe that when there is a negative effect, so definitely there will be a positive effect. So they try to show the light on the positive outcomes of COVID-19 and achieve too. That is creativity. And they also added that this uncertainty and solitude acted as a key factor for triggering this creativity among people during this lockdown period. And creativity, they define creativity in two ways. One is creativity is doing new things, that is doing original things. And another way they define this creativity is doing relevant things, that is doing and useful or appropriate things to the situation. And they use the creativity model, the previous one, sir, previous slide. And they use the creativity model, that is a familiar 4C creativity model. In that, they took the 2 C's, that is little c and pro C. In this creativity model, we had 4 C's, big C, that is big invention, like a scientific invention, and pro C is our professional creativity, that is our the creative things which we are doing to fulfill our professional goals, and little c is our everyday creativity. For example, cooking a new dish, that is an example for this. And mini C is related to your personal experience. So among these 4, they have chosen 2 C's, that is little everyday creativity and professional creativity, which are more appropriate to this lockdown situation. Next, sir. Next, please, sir. Yeah. Previous one. And they had a aim to explore the hike in professional and everyday creativity during this lockdown period. They just wanted to compare the level with the pre-lockdown period too. And they believe that the increased boredom during this lockdown definitely will increase the everyday creativity, and the increased chances for work from home policy will also in turn will increase the professional creativity. So they framed this hypothesis and they worked on it. Next one, sir. Next, please. Yeah. And the previous, sorry. Sample. So they recruited 1,266 participants through French social network site. So this study they have done in France, and they took 1,266 participants through social networking sites of France during the period of strict lockdown, that is March to May 2020, and they used the instrument, that is a self-reported 100-point visual analog scale for assessing this that is pro C, that is professional creativity, and little that is everyday creativity during and also prior to the lockdown. They also assessed the boredom by using a standard scale, and they had a good control over all the extraneous variables too. Next, please. Next, please. So results. So since this creativity is a latent variable, they use this latent profile analysis to assess the level of creativity among the participants. They had 5 criteria, and they compared the data with the 5 criteria, and they found the similar profiles, and they made the optimal number of profiles. And this profiles has been divided into 2 categories for pro C, that is professional creativity, that is low creativity and average creativity, and for little creativity, that is everyday creativity. They have divided the profiles into 3 categories, that is low creativity, average, and high creativity. And after that, they compared the creativity level of the participant before and during the lockdown, but unfortunately, they did not find any improvement in the professional creativity level among the participants during the lockdown. But they found a marked level of increased creativity in the everyday level of creativity among the participants. So that is the major findings they found during this study. But in this everyday creativity, they found a hike only with the low creativity people. So they had three profiles, low, average, and high. In that, only the low and average people had a marked level of improvement in their everyday creativity, but not with the high level of creativity people. And one more interesting thing they found, that is there was no correlation between the boredom and the creativity. That also they found during the study. Next, please. So this is the slide which is showing about the increase in the everyday creativity among low and medium creativity people. Next, sir. So, and they also found major challenges, two challenges. One is generalization of the result. That is because, so even though we had worldwide lockdown, the restrictions were different from each, different based on the country. So they found difficulty to generalize the results. And one more is the data collection procedure. They found this data collection procedure created more bias in their study. So next, sir. So I hope this study created a positive impact among all you people, and I hope you all have identified your creativity during this lockdown. If not, please let the lockdown unlock your creativity. And I really appreciate the work of the author for for trying to explore the positive outcome related to this COVID-19. And I send my sincere thanks to all our management, our secretary sir, our chairman sir, our president sir, and our executives, especially our principal madam, Dr. Hema Viraj, for providing me such a wonderful opportunity. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. So the creativity started from the author itself. That is what my point. The reason is they thought that we need to do a review, we need to do a paper like this. That itself started a creativity, because when we talk about people will thought doing the research in the pandemic, how to connect to COVID. Some people will talk on children's education, some people, but even these guys will, these authors will done the beautiful comment on the creativity. And the good part which is there presented is that they taken the sample cases for the low creativity people. So simply taken the high creativity people and finish the paper stating that creativity improved. They not done like that. They taken low creativity people and done the test analysis, which I also feel that because the last 1 year people are ideally sitting in the home. There is no other option. So their brain has to, they given a lot of works to the brain. Automatically it came out with a lot of creative. That creative, not only the research, for example, lot of YouTube channels, new YouTube channels started during this COVID situations. That all the creativity only. Even because of the social media, because it is a creativity, because of the memes, you talk about the memes. So very good, whether it is a positive memes or negative memes, you want to go for inside that, but that also a very good creativity. So the even you sit alone inside the near village around 1,000 kilometer, you are a creative person. Now you can represent across the globe. Even one video, even one message, you can represent across the globe. So that is what the passion of creativity. And so this impacted the COVID impacted the improvement in the creativity, which will help us to give positive outcome in the future things. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I would like to welcome the next title, Artificial Intelligence Application for COVID-19 Pandemic, Dr. A.R. Arunachalam, Professor and Head of CSE and Deputy Dean of Academic Phase 2 Campus, Dr. Cvr Educational and Research Institute. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. So I guess start my slide.
Rajkumar, you can start. Arunachalam.
Yeah. Thanks. So thank you one and all connected here. So very good afternoon. So first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my Honorable President Engineer A.C. Arun Kumar sir, as well as Dean of EPA, Dr. L. Ramesh sir, for giving me an opportunity to take part as a speaker in this panel discussion. So the topic which I have chosen for review is artificial intelligence applications for COVID-19 pandemic. So this paper was actually published by elsewhere and indexed in Scopus and PubMed, which got published in Diabetes and Metabolic Syndrome Clinical Research and Reviews Journal in the year 2020. So at this moment of time, I would like to credit the authors of this particular paper, Raju Vaishya from Department of Orthopedics, Apollo Hospital, New Delhi, as well as Mohammed Javed, Department of Mechanical Engineering from New Delhi. So can I just move to the next slide? Yeah, thanks. So as you all know, I mean, there is a huge amount of technology support now for the healthcare domain. So now healthcare delivery requires the support of the recent technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, big data, to fight and look ahead of against a new disease. No, maybe now we are in the pandemic facing COVID-19. Maybe in future, if we are encountering some other diseases, I think these kind of the technologies will definitely support the healthcare system on a larger aspect. So the main aim of the author of this particular paper is to review the role of artificial intelligence as a main decisive technology, especially to analyze and prepare us for prevention and fight with COVID-19 and other pandemics. So the main objective is to identify the applications of AI with regards to, I mean, especially where AI can help us to prevent and fight with COVID-19 as well as other pandemics which might encounter in the future as well. So especially I think the medical industry is looking for more technologies, especially to monitor and control the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. So as you all know, I think definitely AI is one kind of such technology which could easily track the spread of the virus, as well as it could identify high risk patients, and also it is useful for controlling the infection on a real time. And also a very important thing is it can also predict the mortality risk, which is always very important. So with whatever data which has been available, artificial intelligence helps us to identify and predict the mortality risk by adequately analyzing the previous data of the patients. So can you just move to the next slide? We just move to the next. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so the main methods and results which has been done is, I mean, the author has done a deep literature review, I could say, based on the database of PubMed, Scopus, and Google Scholar, especially using certain keywords like COVID-19 or coronavirus and artificial intelligence or AI. So, I mean, deep literature was done basically using these keywords on all the popular databases, and also by collecting all the latest informations regarding artificial intelligence for COVID-19. They have analyzed the same to identify. Can you just wait? Previous slide, yeah, please. Yeah. Identify the possible applications for this disease. So I think through this paper, they have identified main 7 important significant applications of artificial intelligence for COVID-19 pandemic. And as you all know, this AI technology plays an important role in to detect the cluster of cases, as well as to predict where this virus will affect in future by collecting and analyzing all the previous data. So with whatever data which has been available, I mean, predicting the future is always very important. So I think that role has been especially done by artificial intelligence. We just move to the next slide. Yeah. So these are the some 7 applications of AI which has been found out through this particular paper. So one is the early detection and diagnosis of infection. No, I mean, always detecting the things earlier will always give us a better way to solve the things. So AI can quickly analyze the irregular symptoms and other red flags as well. So it's basically providing a very cost effective solution, as well as faster decision making. That is always very important. So that is the first application of this. And second is monitoring the treatment. So I mean, automatic monitoring and prediction of spread of virus. AI is always supporting on a larger aspect, especially with regards to monitoring the patients as well as predicting the spread of virus. And also it is able to provide a day-to-day immediate updates of the patients, which helps the doctor or maybe the hospital healthcare people to immediately support the patients on a larger scale. And contact tracing of the individuals, this is always very important. I mean, to trace the contact of a particular individual, so identifying the clusters and hotspots. So AI is definitely helping on a larger way for identifying the contact tracing of the individual. So this is the third application. And fourth is projection of cases and mortality. I mean, predicting the future is always very important with whatever past data which is always there. So AI is a technology which can track and forecast the nature of virus from the available data or maybe the social media or maybe the media platforms as well. So about the risk of the infection and its likely spread. No, this is always very important for a health care sector to identify how much cases might come in the future, and what about the mortality rate as well. So these are very important as far as the application of AI is concerned. And then the fifth one is development of drugs and vaccines. Now, as you all know, already there are certain vaccines in our country, but still I think AI is always playing a vital role in the drug discovery and drug design, delivery and development as well. So with regards to the drugs and vaccines also, artificial intelligence I think is always playing a vital role by analyzing the available data on COVID-19. So can I just move to the next slide? Yeah. So reducing the workload of healthcare workers. No, I mean, this is very important now because there is huge amount of workload for the healthcare workers because of the massive spread. So, but the healthcare industry, I mean, the healthcare sector is really working hard. But definitely, this AI technology will help to reduce the workload of healthcare workers by identifying the disease at the early stage, thereby providing a treatment at the early stage using the digital approaches, which could reduce the workload. And then last is the prevention of disease. No, so based on the real-time data analysis, AI can always provide updated information which is helpful in the prevention of this disease. Now, AI is definitely helpful for future virus as well, and with the help of the previous mentored data over data prevalent at a different time. So let me conclude. I think definitely artificial intelligence is going to be a very important and a useful tool to identify early detections due to coronavirus, but not only COVID-19. Maybe if we are facing some other disease in the future, definitely AI is going to be a very important tool for the healthcare sector, and also it can significantly improve the treatment consistency as well as help in decision making as well by developing useful algorithms. So AI is not only helpful in the treatment of COVID-19 infected patients, but also for proper monitoring of patients as well. So I really thank once again for giving me an opportunity to review this paper. So I also give credit to the particular authors as well. So thank you all.
Thank you, son. Thank you so much, and it was well represented. AI play a big role because today we are with maybe after 4 or 5 months back, we are with TV for the data. Yes, what is the today's data? What is the how it is comparatively analysis? How it is done analysis with other country? So this all the final conclusion is AI play a big role in giving us the data, comparison data, and do the action. For example, lot of new device also came. For example, there is a device will give alarm when we move. It will check the distance in between one human to another human, like with respect to AI, like that. Lot of new devices also people thought of coming out, and so it will help the industry, help the people to think on the AI in the different way. So how to because people are when it is there is a very big challenging, there is a how to send the that is a monthly the monthly items like vegetables like that we need to send to the house. This is the big challenge for us. So in that angle, a lot of vendors which are looking on now with AI based device which will give us the product directly to the house. That is already Amazon is doing the trial. When this all will come together, what will help? So whenever there is a pandemic, so this all mini kind of process will help us to get connected and get out from the pandemic situations like this. Thank you, sir. Thank you, and I welcome now the next paper, COVID-19 and its impact on education, social life, and mental health of students. A survey conducted and by authors, and it is presented by our Dr. M. Chandrasena Rajeshwaran, Professor and Head, Department of English. Welcome, ma'am.
So good afternoon, everybody. I'm thankful to our President, our Vice Chancellor, ma'am, for offering us this forum wherein we can discuss the publications made in different journals, that is international journals across the globe. But I chose a journal which published an article by the Indian authors, because my concern was how the COVID-19 has impacted the Indian context, and especially the higher education context. So I have taken this paper, COVID-19 and its impact on education, social life, and mental health of students, a survey written by Kunal Chaturvedi, Dinesh Kumar Vishwakarma, and Dr. Nidhi Singh. So these faculties were from Department of Instrumentation Technology, Information Technology of Technological University of Delhi. So this paper identified the problem, the existing problem among the students. So they made an exploratory study. Exploratory study usually is made on a problem understood, a problem witnessed in the present, and in their wish to find a solution, the research will be carried on. And there is no need for the past impact, only the present. The present is important. As such, the exploratory study had 1,182 students as its participants. So next slide, sir. Yes. Yes. So the introduction gave a very good introduction to the existing context in India as such. How the people were self-quarantined, or whether they imposed quarantines by the panchayat or the corporations around, or the financial crisis, the loss of job, the physical health, everything. How the people have lost their parents, the breadwinners of the family, how it impacted the people's social and mental life. The mental health is very important for the students. The frustration, the stress and depression, they were all analyzed first, and then they moved on to the participants. The participants, 1,182 students from the national capital region, that is Delhi, and it studied the education, the social life and mental health of the students. The time spent on their online classes, their self-study, the medium of instruction, medium of learning, not the language. Medium does not mean the language of learning, but the devices with which they learn. So whether it is laptop or desktop or the smartphones. Then they were talking about the sleeping, social life of the students, the sleeping habit, how the daily fitness got affected, how the subsequent effect on their weight and other settings, the physical impressions, and then they talked about the mental life, that is mental health, how this depression affected them, what exactly they did to cope up with the stress and the frustration. So that is how they analyzed. And this methodology is really, it's a web-based Google Form study, and they made sure that it will be done only by the students. The participants will be only students. And the result and findings is really a very good analysis result. The closure of the educational institutions have impacted the students' physical as well as mental life. And the finding was that because the online, because of the proximity of learning, the students have suffered, and that can be done. The finding is what they said was, the onus is with the government authorities to give proper guidelines for effective online teaching, and to offer not only the training but also the digital skills for teachers and students to cope up with the online teaching, to ensure improved teacher-student interaction, and to ensure a digital infrastructure. Many students do not have the internet access or the access to the phone itself, all these things. So these disadvantages should be taken care. The one and foremost interest in this particular article was that the authors have given the solution as that the government should take necessary measures to enhance the learning experience by complying with the high impact guidelines for the efficient conduct of online education. What is this high impact guidelines for online education? That is the thing that I would like to share with the academic community present here. So online teaching requires keener focus on students' engagement. That is the foremost thing, the engagement in their learning, students' engagement in learning. Then if we do not provide an enjoyable online experience, then we are doing a disservice to the students. So then I would like to bring in the observations made by Marjorie VI, who has said, make it a group effort. What she says is, it should be a group effort by the universities and the faculty of the university. What she means is, it should be like empathizing with each other. The university is for the students are for the university, and they can, with the close interaction with each other, the teachers, the university and teachers together bring in change in the students' online experience. What she says is that the online teaching is not that easy. You have to prepare a lot with all the study materials. Study materials are very important in online teaching, and how we deliver the materials to the students, that it should be enjoyable for the students to learn. That is the first and foremost thing she says. And then the learning should be active learning. Active learning in the sense, you should have discussions, you should have video presentations, all those things, audio and video clips, it will help the students to be part of the learning which they offer through online. So this is what she has said, and I would like, and the final thing is the assessment part of the online teaching is, she does not insist on the return assignments, not the return assignments which have been scanned and submitted in the Google Classrooms, but the assignments in the form of PPTs, which the students will also enjoy, the teachers will also know how much they have understood the content that they have taught. So this is the thing I would like to convey to the academic audience present here. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. And how due to the COVID-19, it impact on education, social life, and mental health. Yes, rightly pointed out. The complete education got moved in a different way. That created a little stress for students. It's totally stopped the social networking. It's totally stopped meeting with the friends. So that will give the relaxation. That will give the beautifulness for the student, not only the students, for general public, all the members. So
Ramesh,
yes, sir.
Vishwanathan here. Just one point.
Yes,
Madam
sir.
presented very nicely the major problem in the online classes, how the teachers are delivering study material to the students.
Yes.
This is very important, which I am talking quite a long time. So please ensure our university teachers should prepare the study material more efficiently, effectively, where the students comfortably learning it. We should find a way how to deliver it to the students by PDF or by copies, Xerox copies, etc. This issue, at least it will reduce certain tension burden of the students if they have study material before examination in their hand. It's a good paper. Madam has analyzed it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Well taken, sir. Because the reason the study material also has to be prepared by the teaching community in a good way. The reason is, when compared with old way of teaching and the online teaching, we need to prepare a very beautiful thing for the presentation, because it is in the online mode, in the PowerPoint or video mode, whatever it is. But the question here arises is how well we prepared, so that only we can able to tackle the students. So that is what the challenging for the teachers, and teachers all are even fighting for that and coming out with the good thing. So that is what our rector also pointed out. And we, as a academic community, we need to prepare a lot, compare a lot, and come out with beautiful thing. If it is a mathematics, if it is a equation based, request, sir always suggest us to use whiteboard or whiteboard with marker, and you have to write and explain to the students, so that only it will be helpful for the students. Instead of that, just showing the equation and telling them equation this will come x plus y, like that. So that will not help all the people to get the content very clearly. So that is what the sir also requested, and the teaching community also will follow that. So the keeping in that mind, again another thing, because of that education, impact on education. So there is a two things are there happened, which even in that some part which is mentioned in the paper also, which we also feel, I also feel, there is a some percentage of students going forward towards the education. For example, maybe they are in the 7th standard or 6th standard or 5th standard. What they are doing, because their net internet in their hand, they are using that internet very beautifully technologically, and improving their knowledge, and they are moving to the next level. They learned a lot of students. I'm talking about 20% of students. 20% of students going in the very forward way, studied a lot of new technological content, but 80% of the students are not using properly this internet, and not using properly in the lockdown days. So that is what we need to suggest for the students community. So their education, it is in their hand, so they have to utilize reversed way. They have to use the internet 80% for technical content and 20% for entertainment, so that future India is with them, so that they will also come out with a lot of innovative technology to come forward. India, make in India, made in India products has to become. Thank you so much. And so the next autoimmunity and COVID-19, the microbiota connections by Dr. Karthikeyan. Because of his health issue, he can't able to present today. So this paper states that how this COVID impacted. Because of that impact, what are the necessary autoimmunity changes has to be happen, and how these microbiotical connections helped us to give the autoimmunity. So because our in Indian point of view, there is a lot of autoimmunity part which we are suggesting by the herbal, by the English medicine, or like all the things. The authors done a review and given the result, some 3-4 analysis result which is given. So we'll move on to the next one. The obesity is associated with increased severity of COVID-19 by Ms. A. Sandhya, Assistant Professor, Department of Biotechnology.
Good afternoon to one and all present here.
Kumar, you can stop sharing. Madam will present.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Sandhya A, representing on behalf of Department of Biotechnology, Frederick Sanger Journal Club. I would like to thank our President, Sir, Ramesh, Sir, Rector, Sir, for giving me this opportunity to present in this event today. My topic of presentation is about obesity is associated with
you can
increased...
just switch on the video, ma'am, so that...
Yes, sir. Is increased with severity of COVID-19.
Stop sharing the content.
Which was published in the year 2020 in the European Journal of Medical Research by the authors Yanan Ihu and Eng et al. So normally, obesity has been widely reported to be associated with the disease progression of coronavirus disease in 2019. So based on the research, it has been conducted as a systemic review and meta-analysis to investigate the association between obesity and the outcomes of COVID-19 patients. So the author obtained the systemic review and meta-analysis of the studies from PubMed, Embase, and Web of Science databases. And he from the year 2019, November 1st to 2000.
Ma'am, continue, ma'am. Madam?
Sandhya, ma'am.
Sandhya, ma'am? Okay, madam will connect. So on request for the audience, so if you published any papers related to COVID last 1 year, 1.5 years, you can just text in the chat box. Kavita ma'am will take care of that. And we will, in the third round, we will invite you and give 1 minute time to present your work in this forum. So the 5 members will be given opportunity. So please take this as the opportunity, and you text in the already 2-3 members texted. Ma'am, Kavita ma'am, you can take note of all the information, ma'am. Finally, we will conclude it for give 5 participants for the presentation. So, dear participants, if you published your papers related to COVID, so you can, if you are interested to represent your work in this forum, you can text in the chat box mentioning your title, so that we will invite you in the third round and give 1 minute time so that you can present your work. Madam, whether you are Sandhya ma'am, hope madam connectivity issues. We will invite next speaker, antibodies and vaccine target RBD of COVID-2. Dr. R. Sendil Raj, Associate Professor, Faculty of Pharmacy. Rajkumar, you can share the PPT. Sendil sir, continue sir.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Continue, sir. You can continue.
Good evening to one and all gathered here. Generally, there are so many therapeutic methods are available for reducing the COVID-19 for the treatment of COVID-19. But the immune-based response is a very ideal methods, and it is a prolonged time we can manage against the COVID-19. So based on that, we selected this topic, the antibodies and vaccines target receptor binding domain of the SARS-CoV-2 from the journal Frontiers in Molecular Biosciences, authored by Min, L, and Sun Q. And in this review, the 3 parts are given. The first one is the antibodies cross reactivity against the SARS-CoV-1 and 2, and antibodies exclusively target the SARS-CoV-2, and the vaccine based on the receptor binding domain regions of the COVID virus. We know very well the vaccines concept. The antigens or antibodies are prepared against, which is based on the causative agents. What causative agents producing the disease by using the causative agents, either attenuated form or the inactivated form, the vaccine is prepared. In this review, they focused the spike protein region. In the slide number 2, the spike proteins, while seeing the surface of the spike proteins, that spike protein is binding to the receptors of the host cells. So that through the receptor of the spike proteins, the antigens will bind to the, that is virus antigens will bind to the host cells. So the antibody is prepared against, that means we can prevent the bindings. So based on that, some antibodies are prepared. That antibodies effectively reactive against the SARS-CoV-1 virus and SARS-CoV-2 virus also. That is cross reactivity. In this cross reactivity, the 8 antibodies are found. Among that, the CR3022 is a potential antibodies. The next concept, the antibodies exclusively target against the SARS-CoV-2, that is a receptor binding domain, based on the receptor binding domain of the antibodies. In these, so many antibodies are given. The few I will discuss here. The 3F11, it is neutralizing efficiency is 0.4360 microgram per ml. When it is combining with some single domain antibodies, means their efficiency is increasing. And next antibodies here mentioned is DD3682. It is screened by high throughput screening methods, and it is effective compared to the other type of antibodies, because the neutralization efficiency is 1.2 to 50 nanogram. The other antibodies has a microgram efficiency, but this is very, very less in numbers. It is enough to neutralize the antigens. And the low mutations, in some cases, the mutation is another one of the problems in the preparation of antibodies. But in this, the IgG1 and AP1 is best effective because it has the low mutation, but there is no IC50 value is not given. And among the tested B38 and B4, H2 and H4, the B38 has a higher efficiency. Similarly, some other antibodies are given. Next, the vaccine-based receptor binding domain regions. In these up to date, the 150 types of SARS-CoV-2 vaccines, that is antigenic containing preparations developed. In these, the five antigens preparations they mentioned. In the first one, the Admire SC2F, it is prepared from the Taiwan general trial. It is under the clinical trials in phase 1. And the main advantages is with or without the adjuvants, it can be effective. It brings the effective immune response. And similarly, some other antigens are prepared. And finally, it is concluded that even though the novel techniques, the antigens are prepared and some other immunological preparations are available, but the storage conditions and their stability, and we need to analyze, need to develop some broad spectrum antigens, and the whole virus antigens are needed to manage the COVID-19. Thank you, sir. Thank you, our President, sir, Chairman, sir, Secretary, sir, and Principal, sir, and Journal Coordinator, Ramesh, sir.
Yes, sir.
And ma'am, Vijayalakshmi, ma'am. Thank you all. Thank you for giving me the opportunities.
Okay, thank you, sir. How the antibodies reacted and how the vaccines target, it is represented by Sendil Raj, sir. And madam, we can give very limit time. You can just finish it, your conclusion in 1 minute, ma'am. Madam, Sandhya, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, sorry, sir. There were
Yes, ma'am. You could no need to switch on the video, ma'am.
for this. I apologize. So, based upon this research study, they have maintained a research study in the patients who have been with the over obesity conditions and the patients who have non-obesity. Found that as per the analysis, the obesity patients, they had a very low grade of inflammation because of it, the T cell getting exhausted, and which will be affecting further the immune response of the patients. So further it will be making the activity deficiency in the patients who are of obesity, and the B and T cells both are being affected in the COVID-19 patients, have caused an increase in spike protein of COVID-19, which is ACE2. So based upon this selection criteria, they have been considered the patients, including and excluding the criteria of the patients who have been taken into the study. In that, they have considered the BMI patients who have more than 30 kgs. And in Asia, they have considered the BMI, which is less than more than or equal to 28 kgs for this study. So they have included another criteria, which is the specific outcomes of COVID-19 patients, like the mortality, severe COVID-19 conditions, ICU care ventilations, and the larger sample size have been chosen for the study. So based on this outcome, the pooled analysis of the study was conducted, and it is demonstrated that the body mass index was higher in the critical COVID-19 patients, and it has been seen in mild COVID-19 patients. Additionally, they found few COVID-19 obesity patients were associated with certain poor outcomes, as stated prior, like some of them were admitted in the ICU care, and some of them were in the invasive mechanical ventilation use, and few other patients, they have gone through a multiple organ failure leading to the mortality. So explaining on the content based upon all this, they have found the result that the obesity as a risk factor was greater in the younger patients who are of BMI more than 30 kgs per meter square, and however, they did not increase the motility in the hospitals. So hence the potential critical role of obesity in determining the severity of COVID-19, it is found to be important to collect the anthropometric information of COVID-19 patients, especially in the younger group ages. So the obesity may be associated with hospital mortality, and efforts to understand the impact of obesity on the COVID-19 patients have showed a very good reach in the prior future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we would like to invite next title, Spatial Distribution of SARS-CoV-2 from Indian states on PCA approach. Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, and he is the head for the research, care research. Welcome, Narayana.
Hello, good afternoon to one and all. I take this opportunity to thank our management, especially President Sir, for giving the opportunity to have this Co-Win, We-Win program in our institution. Actually, I'm going to present a paper which is spatial distribution of SARS-CoV pandemic along the Indian states, varying states. We have about 28 states and 9 union territories, altogether around 37 in numbers. The total population of the Indian country estimated to be prone for these SARS-CoV-2 is almost 133 crores. This was the data which she has collected, and the topic of the research is carried out by the people in ICMR, National Institute of Epidemiology, and I think this is the first time I have ever seen a paper which is related to spatial distribution and mapping of COVID-19. What is the spatial mapping actually? When you locate yourself in a position that the COVID positive cases are there in a specific location, then the people will not go. It will become a contaminant zone or contaminant line or contaminant point, which has been already represented by the Arogya Setu app. So these kind of information will be very, very helpful for us in risk reduction. So she has done a large scale mapping, like she has developed some methodology using principal component analysis, and the title of the paper is Spatial Mapping of COVID-19 for Indian State using Principal Component Analysis. The authors are Vasna Joshua, Sylvia Grace, Godwin Emmanuel, S. Satish, and A. Ilangovan. It's an ICMR paper which got published in the Clinical Epidemiology and Global Health. Actually, they have analyzed around 21 parameters like population of the specific village and the aerial extent of the location, and the population density in an area, number of households in an area, proportion of males, average family size, average number of persons per room, percentage of illiterates, percentage of elderly population, percentage of homeless population, percentage of slum population, net migration rate, below poverty line, disability rate, prevalence of diabetes, and prevalence of hypertension, prevalence of common cancers, adult HIV prevalence, COVID active cases, COVID death cases, and COVID confirmation cases. There are 21 factors exclusively they analyzed for the spread and map the COVID-19 in Indian states, and all the states are characterized with the 21 parameters, and the 21 parameters are interlinked by principal component analysis. You might be knowing that one on the x-axis and one on the y-axis, they will try to find the correlation, and also they will find the importance of highly correlated clustered regions together, identify which factors are clustered. So she has identified some of the regions are prone for vulnerability, like she has collected some information, like 10. She has constrained the 21 factors to 10 factors, like number of persons per room, percentage of illiterates, percentage of elderly people, percentage of homeless, percentage of slum population, disability, and COVID active cases. Like that, she has analyzed those points, and she found some information like percentage of variations and total variations. So she with these parameters, she could able to identify or conclude 4 factors which are responsible: active cases, number of death, and confirmed cases are first priority. Second priority is illiterate population, mean number of persons under used in a room. And then third factor consists of residential population, homeless population, elderly population, and more than 60 years of age. And fourth factors is disability rate and slum population. These are clustered together, and they identified a map. If the person is interested, she has identified a score like initial score, and then finally standardized score she would able to collect for the region. So that that score will speak about like factors for each factor. They have developed some scores for homeless population, illiteracy, elderly citizen, disability, slum population. So being these top three parameters comes under active cases, deaths, confirmed cases, this will be the factor 1, and they have categorized the factor 2, which we have already discussed, what are all the factor 2 and factor 3 and factor 4, and she has arrived some communalities, and the communalities will be multiplied with the percentage of variation, that is exclusively the principal component analysis outcome. In any software we will get it out of that 37 states. They have characterized the scores and ranked Maharashtra being the top, and UP being the second. Highly vulnerable populations are there for COVID, and the distribution for COVID is more in Tamil Nadu, that is 48.1%, and the initial score and above 50. So the rating is clearly mentioned. If anyone can permit me that, I will show the map and wind up my presentation, how she has identified. Can you permit me to present my screen? Hello.
Rajkumar, you can give the co-host, Rajkumar.
Just 1 minute. So she has identified major causes and concerns, which are all important. So we cannot ignore these places, and how if the study area map shows more than a zone, they have identified different zones, like what contaminant zones the government of India is exploring. See, can you see the Indian map now?
Yes, Narayanan, continue.
So these are the outcomes she has generated. The factors responsible, or the 10 out of the 21 factors which is analyzed, which is given here, the 21 factors, out of the 21 factors, she could able to coin down to the 10 important factors, population, these factors, and finally they arrived a map. So these are the vulnerable zones. Once you identify the vulnerable zones using principal component statistical analysis, you have to concentrate which factor is influencing. That factor score has been already defined for each region. So what is factor 1? Factor 1, is active cases, number of deaths, confirmed cases. Factor 2 is illiterate population, and the mean number of persons used, or the number of persons living in a room or a household. So with those information, they have identified these zones for the entire country, and they have identified the risk areas. So this has been analyzed up to October 2020. We have to take forward further analysis in this. So they have identified the root cause for this distribution. Once the distribution is located or pinpointed, no one. So the concentration of vaccination can be given in the particular region to reduce the pandemic or SARS-CoV-2, overcome the SARS-CoV-2. Thank you.
Thank you, Narayanan. It was good. It is in the different angle paper, because some papers are in the another angle. So how this spatial distribution of SARS-CoV-2 help us to get all the information data. Thank you, Narayanan. And now I'd like to welcome another paper, SARS-CoV-2 infections and oral health opportunities and challenges, by Dr. Anbu Veluswamy, Associate Professor, Faculty of Dental, Thai Mogambique Dental College. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. Anbu Veluswamy from the Department of Orthodontics, Thai Mogambique Dental College. I'm representing here on behalf of GB Black's Journal Club. And the topic for the journal for the discussion I've chosen is, sir, I couldn't see my presentation, sir.
No, not at all.
Rajkumar?
Ashkumar, sir.
Shall I share my screen, sir?
Ashkumar, sir.
Rajkumar, are you here?
Sir, can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. Rajkumar, you can give co-host to ma'am. Rajkumar? Maybe
From next participant onwards, Ramesh sir, we can give co-host. Let them use it, or we will proceed with that.
Okay, right.
Ashkumar, sir.
Just a minute. Maybe he disconnected, I think. Co-host.
They are searching. They might be searching the speaker.
Rajkumar, are you here, Rajkumar?
Sir, yes, sir.
Rajkumar,
sir. Please respond, Rajkumar. We are talking to you and you are not responding.
Sir.
You give the co-host to madam.
Sir, madam பேர் என்னதுன்னா சார் தெரிய மாட்டேங்குது.
Dr. Anbu.
Anbu Velusamy.
Dr. Anbu Velusamy.
Sir, நீங்க அவங்களுக்கு co-host கொடுத்துருங்க.
Kavita ma'am, from next speaker onwards, you give co-host. Let them use it, or they need not have to use. That is their decision.
Madam, you can start, ma'am. It is given, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all present here. I am Dr. Anbu Velusamy from the Faculty of Dentistry. The article I have chosen for this panel discussion is SARS-CoV-2 infection and oral health therapeutic opportunities and challenges, which is the author is Christopher et al. And this journal gives a brief information about the COVID-19 molecular levels of COVID-19 infections and the effect of oral health and overall body health, and the effects, the pandemic effects on the dental and the dental patients and dental practitioners. And as we all know that COVID-19 virus is differ from the other coronavirus family with two factors, that is the reproductive rate, that is the amount of transmissibility, and the spike protein. It has a spike protein that is a spike protein that has two elements, S1 and S2, where S1 is attached to the host cell and S2 enhance the attachment. Once the virus enters into the host cell, it will produce this endoplasmic reticulum stress that leads to production of reactive oxygen release. So this COVID-19 virus is the target of this COVID-19 virus is mainly the angiotensin converting enzyme 2. Why the people with the comorbidities like diabetes, obesity, hypertensive, having high level of complications means the angiotensin converting enzyme 2 is mainly present in the lung epithelial cells and cardiovascular cells and oral cavity. Regarding the oral manifestations, the patient, one study states that the patients with periodontal disease is more vulnerable for the complications of COVID-19. Why means in the case of periodontal disease, there is a cytokine release. In the inflammation is because of cytokine storm. Hence, the patients already existing with the cytokine storm, if the patient is exposed to COVID-19, the level of cytokines is increased. Hence, the patient is lead to the COVID-19 complications. And this article also tells about the comorbidities, the periodontitis. Patients with periodontitis, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, obesity, or leads to the oxidative stress and cytokine storm, and mortality rate will be high. And in case of how the COVID-19 virus affects the oral cavity, as I said earlier, the angiotensin converting enzyme is mainly regarding oral cavity. It's mainly in the minor salivary glands. Hence, the patients affected with the COVID-19 having the oral manifestations like loss of taste, loss of smell, loss of salivation, like that. Hence, the virus it's actually multiplies in the oral cavity and goes down, and that picks the angiotensin converting enzyme, millions of angiotensin converting enzyme in the lungs. So the patient will go to respiratory distress. And this article also gives about the effect of pandemic situation on dental practice. As dental practitioners, we have come across so many psychological stress while doing the cases, whether the patient is COVID positive or not. What are the precautions we have to take at that time? We have come to lots of complications. So this article also gives us the what are the precautions, what are the fumigation techniques should be followed, like 1% of hydrogen peroxide was prior to the treatment is concluded. And of course, about the antiviral drugs. What are the drugs has to be the drug interactions which is used for the COVID-19, the treatment of COVID-19, and the drugs which we prescribe for the dental treatments. And this overall, this is a very good article, gives the information about overall updated information about the COVID-19 and the periodontal status regarding the dental aspects. Thank you so much. Thank you, our patrons, registers, VC, our dean, principal, our HOD, and the team, CV Raman Journal Club, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Anbu, ma'am. So next I invite the next topic, artificial intelligence in COVID-19 in another perspective, because the artificial intelligence already discussed by our Arunachalam professor, and this is in another discussion on the by Dr. M. Karthika, assistant professor, ACS Medical College. Welcome, ma'am.
Yeah. So thank you, sir. Very good evening to everyone who are present here virtually for the panel discussion. So I'm Dr. Karthika. I'm from Department of Pharmacology from ACS Medical College and Hospital. So to begin with, next slide, please. So the article that I'm going to be presenting today is titled Artificial Intelligence in COVID-19 for Drug Repurposing. So, or else can I share my screen, sir? Like if, yeah, okay, thank you. So the authors of this particular article are Yadi et al. They're all affiliated to Genomic Medicine Institute from Cleveland Clinic, USA. And this article was published in the Lancet Digital Health in the month of December 2020. So to begin with, I mean, like we are all aware of the various therapeutic options for COVID-19. And to be very precise, none of the drugs that are particularly used for the treatment of COVID-19 were discovered de novo. Okay, it is only the drugs that were all already in use for other various conditions that were repurposed or recycled or repositioned for the treatment of COVID-19 at present. So whatever drugs that we have been hearing were only the drugs that were repurposed. So here, the article or the author would define the strategy of this particular thing called drug repurposing, where we use the drugs which have been tried in various clinical trials and which have been tried and dusted with their all documented data to be used in the newer conditions. So this is called drug repurposing. So this article also, I mean, the reason that I chose this particular article, because coming from the medicine field where there are very less minimal uses of machines. So this particular topic of artificial intelligence has always fascinated me. So that's why I chose this topic. So artificial intelligence, as the name itself says, it's machine-based learning, where the machine can sense or smell or like, you know, think like just like human beings. So here it is, it uses the machine-based learning. So this particular
picture that is shown in the screen shows how artificial intelligence is going to integrate various data from various fields and help in the drug discovery, especially related to COVID-19. So here, this particular article focuses on the application of artificial intelligence with its various techniques in the field of network medicine, that is the therapeutic part of COVID-19, and also for the drugs that have been repurposed. So as you can see, artificial intelligence is the use of algorithms, development of algorithms. Like in this picture, the basic foundation is called an artificial neuron. In the language of artificial intelligence, the basic building block is called artificial neuron. Okay, as we see, there are different layers of the data that have been linked together. So out here on the left panel, you can see the biological system, and on the right panel, you can see the pipeline of the drug discovery. And the cogs in between are the various algorithms that were used. And the dots are all denotes the vector or the nodes that is to do with the various drugs. Okay, and in the line indicates the various how they are linked with each other. So this is how integration of data occurs with artificial intelligence. So moving on to COVID-19, the next slide, please. So for COVID-19, there were various assisted techniques that was developed where there was integration of the host, that is the human host, where the targets are present, of course, targeted by the virus, that is SARS-CoV-2 virus. So as you can see, the drugs that are already in use for COVID-19, the remdesivir, that is the only approved drug by FDA. As you can see, it has got a target. So this is where is remdesivir. So its target is RNA-dependent RNA polymerase. As we can see, the link between the target and the drug. So meanwhile, there is also dexamethasone, which is a steroid, which is an immunomodulator, again, the target being nuclear receptor. Likewise, there is another drug, baricitinib. I'm just talking about the drugs that have been used, are currently in use. And there are many more other drugs like torimifene or melatonin or mefuparib. These are the drugs that are in clinical trial, still in clinical trial based on the data obtained from the artificial intelligence techniques. So the next slide, please. So these are the various drugs, and also there are various drug combination of drugs that are also were found with that AI technique, but still under clinical trial and not yet been used widespread. So talking about the advancement of AI in this particular article, there's something called deep learning architecture, which is the basic, that is which uses the data arranged in a layer in hierarchical way. So the next one is feed forward neural network, a little advanced, where they are all placed from the input to the output. So using these network techniques, that is the AI technique, the ALISPER, the particular ALISPER and colleagues developed a learning technique where they classify the drugs based on the therapeutics and transcriptomic targets. Likewise, there's something called convolutional neural network, a little advanced than the FNN, where the image processing makes the major thing out here. So by image processing, what happens is that you can actually visualize the structure, like the binding affinity of the drug to the target can be made out. So AtomNet again is another technique that was discovered for prediction of binding affinity of drugs to the target. And another latest one is recurrent neural network. So we all know the biological system is more of complicated and works in a sequential way. So this particular recurrent neural network utilizes the data in a recurrent way where the past information has been carried on forward. So likewise, this is where the remdesivir, which is an antiviral drug, which was used for other diseases like Ebola virus, Nipah virus, was discovered that it could make an impact for COVID-19. So another technique, the graph representation learning, which is the most advanced one for COVID-19 that was discovered, used the graphs from the medical knowledge, where the diseases, targets, and other stuffs related to the disease were integrated. And here we discovered drugs like baricitinib, which is a monoclonal antibody, which is a small molecule for especially for the cytokine storm, which is a complication of COVID-19, and also dexamethasone. So these are the various softwares which are available for the treatment of COVID-19. And AI, in this particular article, there were also other stuff that the AI did related to the drug repurposing, is that there were various challenges that was met with AI techniques, like the data that is being generated, it cannot be like secure. So where there's something called federated learning techniques that was utilized. And again, the harmonization of the data from various countries were also made into a consortium by the AI Technique again. And also there's something called precision medicine or personalized medicine, where there was integration of genomics and transcriptomics and proteomics of every individual, every person, and it was made its way. It made its way. So to conclude, I would say this particular article took a review from various other articles searched from the PubMed, Scopus index journals. So it brought into how the repurposed drugs, that is being used, has been properly made its way to the market, and how it was efficiently used in the market. And I would conclude by saying, not only with the help of the physicians and also with the contributions from the computer scientists or the pharmaceutical scientists or the statisticians, we can bring about a change in the therapeutic part of the healthcare. Yeah. At this point, I thank the MGR University to give me this opportunity to present the article that I was interested in to present it somewhere. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And how artificial intelligence support medical drug repurposing. It was well presented. And normally, as our engineering community, we always talk about artificial intelligence, how it play a big role in technology. So it is a new things so that in future, already a lot of research is going on. How we can able to take forward the artificial intelligence for decision making authority. So in the medical field. So that is what the conclusion. And now I'll go for the next paper, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the rehabilitation of children with chronic diseases and disabilities. Dr. Sri Lakshmi Moses, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Physiotherapy. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Hi and hello to everyone. I'm Sri Lakshmi Moses, Pediatric Physiotherapist from Faculty of Physiotherapy. Today in this pandemic time, let's see a research paper on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the rehabilitation of children with chronic diseases and disabilities. Study of Constance and Thomas Bessios. COVID-19 spreads quickly in contained environment and has led to the dramatic loss of human life worldwide. In this study, we will discuss about the pandemic impact on daily lives of children with disabilities on their families are high. Children face additional health risks, especially mental, behavior, social, and physical without regular physiotherapy. Negative emotions, changes in mood, sleep, diet in children put existing mental health issues at greater risk, which leads to reoccurrence of mental illness. In India, about 8 million children of age of 0 to 19 having mental or physical disability or not attending school due to lack of infrastructure and assistive technologies. In United States, 7 million of children in the age group of 3 to 21 taking special education classes. Since lag in routine and uncertainty can make autism child feel anxious, insecure, and affects their development. Stress in parents can negatively affect their children. So the biggest responsibility of the parents with young children to communicate effectively and explain the current situation. ECHO was developed by interdisciplinary team in France since April 2020 for the parent of children. Impact of lockdown in cerebral palsy was 42% and neuromuscular disease was 11% and on mood was 44%, behavior was 55%, social interaction, that is without contact with other children, were 55% were recorded. Overall, 44% of children stopped physical activity, 76% educated at home, 22% under the medical supervision, 48% were attaining physiotherapy. Regular health assessment and necessary to support families are ensure continuity of care during pandemic. Depending on the need of the individual, physical rehabilitation can range from simple phone call to family or home visit when needed. The supply level must be re-evaluated regularly during the lockdown. Most countries prefer tele-rehabilitation. With social distance, telemedicine can become a good channel of communication between carers and patients. The use of virtual reality and video gaming, which cost very low can be a treatment for children during this pandemic. This will not only benefit children with physical disabilities to maintain social contact with their therapists and also improve their physical activity and reduce burden on the parents, which are highly acceptable by pediatricians. When we see the results of this study, online patient support system and digital platform are helpful for retrieving medical data so that specialists are informed in real time about chronic disease of the child. Advances video gaming, virtual reality technology are rapid and advancing faster in clinical practice. Any treatment may not be holistic if we don't consider the external environment in it. In this study, even though there are various approaches like telemedicine, virtual reality to the chronic patients that cannot be approaches but not replace the living approach. But considering this pandemic, we the health professionals should come forward as a team and work for the benefit of the patient, especially for those chronic patients who are in need of continuous rehabilitation. If any change in the course of the rehabilitation program, then it will be a disaster for those patients and will be an overburdening of healthcare profession. As it's right point out in this study, to make more effective of the treatment plan, use of 3D in virtual reality will be advantage. But consider our various constraints, we make a best use of available resources. As everything has its own pros and cons, these COVID-19 equipped us to think out of box in planning and executing the same. Our plan should be generic but implemented at local. Many thanks to all those present in VC and allowing to present my views on captioned research paper. Special thanks to our principal, Dr. Cvr Sendilnathan sir. Good day, stay at home and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your nice presentation on how nice presentation on the rehabilitation of children with chronic disease, which will helpful for this data will be helpful for us to take more further needs, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
And the next COVID-19 implication of bank evidence from an emerging economy. Ms. K. Janaki, Assistant Professor, Department of Cost Management Accounting. Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, one and all present for the event. My topic to be discussed is COVID-19 implications for banks, evidence from an emerging economy, the article written by Ubasha Barwa and Suparno Barwa, which is published on 16th October 2020 in Springer Nature. Moving on to the article, the author examines the possible impacts of the pandemic on the country's banking sector. Since Bangladesh has high level of non-performing loans, the paper utilizes Bangladesh as a case study for the research as the pandemic worsens the situation. This paper is quantitative in nature and the study has limited to only 30 commercial banks in Bangladesh. The author has adopted state-designed stress testing model to estimate the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on 3 dimensions, namely firm value, which can be measured by risk-weighted assets, capital adequacy that can be measured by capital adequacy ratio, and operating performance that can be measured by interest income under different NPL shock scenarios. The findings of the study suggest that all banks are likely to see a fall in risk-weighted assets value, capital adequacy ratio, and interest income at the individual bank and sector levels. The study also finds out that decline in all these dimensions disappropriate if NPL shocks becomes larger. The study recommends that a 13% shock of NPL could turn if the CAR ratio and the firm value and the interest income to 0 or negative at the sectoral levels. Henceforth, the study recommends and the study calls for immediate phase-wise innovation-driven policy measures with a long-term approach to prevent an imminent banking sector crisis in Bangladesh. I thank the management. I thank the Cvr Journal Club. I thank Ramesh sir. I thank my HOD to permit me and nominate me to present this paper. Thank you, one and all.
And it is another view in the presentation The reason again, this paper clearly give the implication of the bank evidence from a banking economy, because when we had a lockdown, every time we supposed to see the our Reserve Bank of India head what he's going to tell like that. So the bank also in a little situation that affected, and how they can able to helpful for the industry to take over the industry to the next level like that. So how the implication was discussed. Thank you, ma'am. And the next we are moving coming in for our round one, rehabilitation in adult post COVID-19 patient in post acute care. Dr. G. Dharani, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Physiotherapy.
Good
Welcome, ma'am.
afternoon to one and all. I'm very grateful to the management for organizing such a great event. I'm thankful to our principal, sir, Dr. C.V. Senthilnathan, and Dean EPA Ramesh, sir, for this opportunity. I'm here to review the paper on rehabilitation in adult post-COVID-19 patients in acute care with therapeutic exercise by C. Udina et al. From Spain. The journal was published in January 2021 in Fertility and Aging, a Springer Nature journal. So most of us are aware of the fact that COVID-19 caused respiratory distress, and we are unaware of the fact that it also alter the physical function either directly or indirectly. Hence, the major objective of the study was to find the effectiveness of multi-component therapeutic exercise in post-COVID-19 patient during post-acute care management. As we all know, incidence of COVID-19 increases with age. Besides mortality, patients may experience relevant disability requiring ICU admission that may cause physical impairment. Though acute COVID-19 patient does not need an ICU admission, they also show a decline in the physical performance due to the isolation and immobilization. So this study aimed to rehabilitate the acute post-COVID patient using therapeutic exercise to enhance speedy recovery and faster discharge. Next slide, sir. This study was done with 33 patients who overcame post-COVID-19, out of which 20 patients were post-ICU patients, that is out of ICU, and 13 were non-ICU patients who did not went to ICU at all. Patients who were able to stand and walk independently with good exercise tolerance and with good cognitive function prior to the COVID-19 were included in this study. Both the groups of patients received therapeutic exercise comprising of resistance training, endurance training, balance training, and other exercises for 30 minutes. So the resistance training and endurance and balance training was individualized based on the physical function and their condition. Each exercises was given for 15 minutes, and the physical function was assessed at day 1 and day 10 of intervention using short physical performance scale, Lawton Index, clinical fertility trial, and Barthel Index. So these were the resistance exercises that were given, the endurance training using walking, cycle ergometer and step aerobics, balance exercises, both static and dynamic exercises, and others which included chest physiotherapy and respiratory physiotherapy. Next. The results of this study showed physical improvement in both the groups. But to my surprise, the post-ICU patients had a greater improvement than the ICU patient. When I investigated, they have stated that the greater improvement in post-ICU patients could be also because of the fact that there were younger patients with less comorbidities in post-ICU patients when compared to non-ICU patients. And they also stated that delirium and mild cognitive impairment was seen in both the groups, and none of the patients died during the intervention period, and all were discharged safely to home. Since this was the first study that was done to investigate the effect of a structured therapeutic exercise in post-COVID-19 patient in acute care management, this has certain limitations. Like the sample size was very small and there was uneven distribution of sample size between the two groups. The cognitive impairment in the patient was not clearly addressed in this study, and the improvement in post-ICU patient is highly debatable due to the lack of specific age group and comorbidities in both the groups. But surely this study is an eye-opening to all the physical therapists to impart a structured therapeutic exercise program in post-COVID-19 rehabilitation, irrespective of their stay in ICU, to faster their recovery and to return to daily work. Thank you. Thank you all for this great opportunity. Stay home, stay safe.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was well represented, and another angle in the papers, because the post-COVID people are very much worried about that post-COVID. No prediction is there what to happen, and because we are able to hear a lot of unexpected things happening for the post-COVID patient. Also, one thing, another positive news, like this paper will helpful for the post-COVID to get relaxed and do another kind of thing to get back to the normal life. So that is what which I feel maybe we can, because it is the presently this paper, I hope around 3-4 months back, maybe another couple of papers will come, so that we can able to get very clear data. So with respect to that, the COVID patients, after COVID patients will be very strong when go through the research content like this. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I will conclusion. We are in the first round, and a very beautiful paper, Impact of Fake News and Myths Related to COVID. Dr. N. Tamil Selvi, Assistant Professor, Department of Viscom and Animation. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I would like to present the paper on impact of fake news and myths related to COVID-19. This was published in Journal of Content, Community and Communication by Amity University. And this was done by Dr. Robin, Dr. Ahmed Mustafa, Dr. Ilab Elbai, Dr. Abu Mohammed Dawood Hafiz, and Dr. Vaidit Dafri from the College of Mass Communication and Public Relations in UAE. And they have explained the impact of fake news in the pandemic. In this paper, they have discussed that with the advent of the internet and the subsequent increase in use of accessibility, social media networks have particularly emphasized in terms of the news being shared online. However, this has caused a drastic change in the assessment and obtaining of real information. Hence, they aim to assess the impact of fake news and the myths regarding COVID-19 pandemic. Through systematic review of related studies and support through online relevant literature, the findings of the research include various harmful impacts of the notion. The paper also mentions the various motives behind the spread of false information, primarily fueled by collecting monetary benefits in terms of digital marketing, etc. Overall, the study concludes the impact of spread of fake news and myths that are generally harmful to the public at large. Globally, the speed of internet is quite fast and accessibility to information is abundant. However, the segregation between what is actually a fact and what is being fabricated has become even more difficult. The passing of false information through multiple media networks is becoming easier and more volatile in the recent past. So this paper is primarily a desk-based research, which includes various secondary sources in order to support the arguments being presented. And several authentic databases and research papers are included in the study, in addition to news articles by approved sources. The findings of the research says that specifically the reason for fake news in daily news reports are mainly reflected in the following aspects. First, journalists lack a sense of responsibility and morality and are eager for quick success in their work. And secondly, the self-discipline mechanism has defects. So TV stations need to establish strict work process in news gathering, editing, and reporting. They should also establish a system of accountability for fake news. Only in this way can the living space of fake news can be compressed and the industry environment can be purified. But however, in reality, this is not practically possible. It is very difficult to do so. TV news reports have guiding public opinion, and if fake news appears in more programs, it will only waste viewers' time and energy and reduce their emotional experience, and it will also hurt the feelings of the masses that they will feel that they have been deceived. Secondly, fake news leads to infringements, which in turn causes economic losses to television stations. Fake news violates the principles of authenticity of news reports, so it is easy to cause infringement incidents. Some people who spread fake news are simply misled, while others are driven by profit. A newly established fake news website in Italy said that about half of the false information that people see is about trying to create a new virus in order to get clicks. But after clicking it, it is only a Google advertisement website. The survey also pointed out that most of the posts circulating on social networking sites did not come from any official news channel. So, reposters of false information care more about the likes than the truth. So, in conclusion, overall, it can be inferred from the discussions regarding fake news and its impacts that there seem to be numerous implications. Fake news not only tend to generate excessive revenue through the propagation of various media networks, but also cause harmful effects as well. In the case of COVID-19 pandemic and the related myths and fake news, it is evident that misleading information can also tend to become a source of harmful effect. Thank you so much for the opportunity given to me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And it was a nice presentation and very important thing because we need to have a discussion on the fake news. We last couple of years we are flooded with the fake news.
Yes.
And most of the people are ready to forward immediately whatever the news coming to us without verifying all, even though we have certain websites to check whether it is fake news or not. But the moving world, fast moving world, we are not in a position if we can able. But the question is here, a lot of people taking emotional decision because of the fake news, because of the fake news investing the money, because of the fake news so the planning to damage one leader or planning to damage one person, creating the fake news. And so finally maybe this research paper like this, lot of research papers helpful for the government to take a decision. So now government come out with a very beautiful decision to give a check for the social media, because this social media only play a very big role in the TV media paper. Most of the thing they will verify and they will check all the things. If anything is fake news also, next day they will represent in the paper itself, mentioning that the data which is provided yesterday, it is wrong, like that. But the social media, no control. So now the government taken the decision and control is there. Maybe we will hope another couple of months the social media also control, and the number of fake news which is got reduced. So the maybe you know that about the problem with Twitter, problem with the except Twitter, all other social media accepted the government policy. So that is what the thing. It is good that the reason what I am telling. Even government also having the data like these papers will help them to take a decision. So that is what we're coming to the conclusion of the first round. It was well presented by all the speakers. So the research on engineering is presented, the research on humanities and science is presented, the research on dental related article presented, research on medical related article presented, research on physiotherapy, nursing. So it is a mixture of all the content delivered together, so that the participants, those who are here, able to gather a multidisciplinary research review content, so that it will be helpful for them to deliver the same content to their students. If they are academic, to their students. If they are industry, to their friends, they have to share, oh, this is what the content. Okay. So we will welcome all again for our second round. Yes, second round, we are happy to represent here with our initiative, Sir Cvr Raman Journal Club, rightly pointed out by the Dr. Kavita. He is a coordinator, and the number of activities which conducted by Sir Cvr Raman Journal Club, Department Journal Club, which taken given more positive impact for our faculty to present their paper. So we had very good number of papers, around 30-40 papers published related to COVID. In that, around 12 papers are going to give the sample presentation here. So I request the order in the number, author in the number, to have a quick review on all your papers. So starting with Dr. Narayanan, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering and Head for the CARE Research Center, and his paper. He is author, and his paper on COVID-19 and its relationship to particular matter pollution. Welcome, Narayanan.
Thank you, sir. This is one of the interesting, research we conducted in our research center with the support of our Honorable President and the research scholars available with us. Actually, it is one of the, we have usually carrying out the particulate matter air pollution surveys using our own equipments like, indigenous equipment, and apart from that, EnviroCare air sampler equipment we have already with us, and we did the survey pre-COVID. During the pre-COVID period, during 2019, we have exceeded the air pollution limits of Delhi. One day in November 19th to 20th and October 19th and 18th, like October to November period, we have crossed the limits of air pollution in Chennai due to a lot of pollution occurred in Chennai due to the traffic and other wind condition, temperature, humidity condition. There is no, the particulate matter pollution has rose to certain level. So we used to do carry out the survey usually once in 3 months about to check the pollution in our Chennai city. So we have already about 11 locations identified for that. So we usually do the survey. So once we have the survey data, pre-COVID data with us, and once during the COVID, what happened? So we would like to invent or innovate. What is if there is any relationship between the particulate matter pollution and the corona positive cases like SARS-CoV-2 pandemic? What is the relationship between these two these things? So this paper has been recently published in December issue. I think within this short duration, I think 4 or 5 months, we got 4 citations for the paper, which is published in Cvr group of journal material proceedings. So I'll share my screen now. It is one of the important paper. Just I'm sharing the presentation now. So can you all see my presentation? It is one of the interesting fact. We have identified different locations: Ambattur, Anna Nagar, Kilpak, Coimbatore, Madravayal, Porur, Valsarvakam, Alandur, T Nagar, and Nungapakam. These are the zones which we have continuously carrying out the surveys for particulate matter pollution using our own indigenous equipment and air samplers available with our institution. So what happened now? This is a pre-COVID situation. During November, October, we have the concentration of air pollution in this region. The peak colors are indicated with the Annanagar peaks with 274, 299 those period. So that is a concentration level of a particulate matter pollution is very, very high in these zones like Annanagar and near our Coimbatore, and due to the traffic congestion of the flyover which is being constructed in that region, and then some of the regions like Nungapakam region. So what we planned was, we have collected the data about the first 1.5 months data, about 45 days data. We have plotted the location, individual location of the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic. That day, during those period, if there is 3 cases exceeds in a zone, if in an area or in a locality, if the number of positive cases exceeds 3, then they will go for a contamination boundary and barricading. So using those data which we have retrieved from Tamil Nadu government GIS departments, we collected those information, we overlay on our pollution map which we created. See, usually 40 microgram is the permissible limit for the safe health well-being. So whereas during the pre-COVID situation, the concentration are very, very high. So what we were discussing here, is there any relationship between the concentration of pollution as well as the concentration or the number of positive cases? So when we plotted these maps, so 91% of the pre-COVID concentration, which is more than 90 to 195. That means wherever the highest concentration of particulate matter, 2.5, that means any particle size is greater than 2.5, less than 2.5 micron, will have an influence. That is the characterized out of 140 cases almost, we have 91% cases only the those period only 150 cases were reported. Now we have crossed to about 21 lakh cases in Tamil Nadu. During this time of study, we have about 1,000 cases in entire Tamil Nadu. So we try to correlate the information between whatever the available data which we have collected, the locations with that, and 91% where the higher pollution concentration zones are there the positivity is more. In this case, during the COVID, it has no relationship. That means it indicated the PM 2.5. That means it is not airborne. Whether the airborne particle is influencing, that means the atmospheric particle, which is more having more or less less than 40 microgram, also has 88.5%. So which indicates that this 90% of the population are already vulnerable or already prone for lung infections or respiratory problems because of the high concentration. They live in a high concentration zone. So the immunity level of the people who are residing in these regions are, very vulnerable. So those are the findings for this paper for PM 2.5. Similarly, we have also worked for PM 10. So this concentration here, the highest concentration where the pollution level concentration are higher is contributed with 89% of COVID positivity rate. That means out of this 89%, the higher concentration regions are falling in. Whereas in this case, we have only, there is no relationship between the PM concentration and the positivity rate. Only the final conclusion what we could able to do it was, if there is already the people are vulnerable with respiratory diseases or prone for pollution or again prone for COVID positive cases. This is what our paper findings, and we are also working to have an individual case responsibility. These are the modeling which we have plots here. See, we have plotted for 24-hour concentration, and then we have a 3 annual concentration. We have a monthly concentration. So we did the modeling, the Gaussian distribution, based on Gaussian distribution of the parameters like source we have created, the source group, urban or variable region, or emission concentration of the pollutants available at the atmosphere. Those are the source pathway we have created, and the receptor pathway like Cartesian coordinates, which are all the areas prone for, and then what is the meteorological parameters, wind direction, wind speed, and humidity, pressure condition. So these we have given as an input. And apart from that, we have created we have also given the input of the terrain heights, what is the elevation, which are all influencing the region. So what is the wind direction, wind pattern. So those options, and we did the model, and we are trying to correlate individual day with individual cases and individual response of particulate matter. This is upcoming, and after the publication, we are continuing the research in this angle. So these are the results for monthly, annual concentration. It is the highest concentration. You can see here in this place, there are about 35 micrograms are there, very less. In 24 hours, that is 1 day, 85 grams. The permissible limit is only 40. So we can see up to these zones are very vulnerable. So we have to ensure these zones are controlled for COVID positivity rate. I hope I have cleared the results. This is the observation. Based on our observation, we could able to find the results, and this is the paper which we got published in Cvr. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Narayanan. It was well appreciated that even in the pandemic period, your team went to the sea, deep sea, and taken the data and verified the analysis that how in the COVID it got impacted for the water. Thank you, and for your project and further research activities also.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So next I'll invite the next paper, Challenges Faced by School Students in Attending Online Classes During COVID, by Ms. G. Jeevalada, Professor and Head, Viscom and Animation. Welcome, ma'am. Narayanan, you can stop sharing.
Warm greetings from Mrs. Jeevalada, Head of the Department from Animation and Visual Communication from Dr. MGR University. This article is on challenges faced by school students in attending online classes during COVID-19, and the authors are Jeevalada, myself, and Srilekha Bhunesh, Assistant Professor in our university, MGR University. The objective of this study is to find out whether school students have problems in understanding the subjects in attending online, and they undergo health issues due to continuous watching of classes in the mobile, and also about the virtual distractions and the technical and technological issues they come across during online classes while attending online classes. The methodology is student survey, and we took it between the age group of 12 to 14 years, and in-depth interviews with parents, psychologists, and educationalists and yogis were taken. And 390 students of various schools across Tamil Nadu belonging to Samachir Kalvi, CBSE, IGCS, and IB have been attended the surveys, and survey was conducted through Google Forms, and the maximum respondents were from Samachir Kalvi. The findings are: an average of 53.32% of students reported that they were not able to understand the classes properly, and at an average of 68.9% have reported health issues like eye burning, headaches, obesity, and they've started wearing spectacles. 61.3% have reported that they have pain in the ears due to the usage of continuous headsets and microphones. 51.1% have reported that they missed few classes due to network issues, and 60.1% have reported that technological issues like wrong markings for the correct answers due to spaces in between the answers were also reported. 34.7% students have reported that sometimes they get distracted due to the environmental noises, and 54% of students have said that they use WhatsApp and they see YouTube while online classes are going. And 87.5% attended through mobiles only, and 78.2% use mobile data for that. The above data reveals that more than 50% of the students have problems in understanding their health issues and everything. So the discussions are, in 2020, that is last year, parents wanted the school to conduct all the periods even when it is online. But this year, parents found that children are not able to cope up with the continuous viewing of the mobiles, and they're facing problems in understanding the subject. Parents reveal that students are majorly just keeping their mobiles on with video off and audio off, but they're not at all concentrating on the subjects taught. They feel that even 1 or 2 subjects per day can be taken, but it has to be taken with concept-wise rather than just book reading. Educational interviews throws light on the way how to handle online classes, and they have firmly suggested few things. Point number 1 is, instead of covering the whole book chapters, important concept which is required for the student to continue his next year of education has to be taught with more focus, and more practical works has to be given to the students to make them understand those concepts better, since 2021 might also be into online mode only. Psychologist Aishwarya Gopinath from Elements for Enriched Life suggests that 2 subjects per day will help the students to learn better, and also one can be a hard subject and another one can be an easier one. Also, they insisted on breaks for every half an hour, which will help the student to listen without distractions, since human mind can concentrate without distractions for a maximum of around 23 minutes only. Both psychologists and educationalists suggest that the number of assignments and worksheets given to be restricted to only 1 in a day, which will help them to concentrate, understand, and execute it properly. Yoga masters Yogi Shri K.V. Govindasamy from Bharat Raja Yogalaya and Kavita Venkatrao from Living Yoga Center suggested to have 1 yoga period in a week, which will help the student at least to change their sitting positions, and also 1 minute of eye exercises and neck exercises to be given to the children between 2 sessions. Students have to keep their videos on in the first session of the day, which ensures that they take bath, become brisk, which make themselves fresh before they start attending their classes. To make the student to have a school-like feel, student in rotation basis can be made to sing prayer songs, say thought for the day, read news headlines, sing birthday wishes, even group works to be encouraged, where 3 to 4 students to be grouped to prepare a content and they have to present it in online. Even presentations on latest topics, writing short stories, etc., even other than the school subjects, will make them to have a feel like as though they are in school. This is what is the paper the findings are, and the suggestion is, we request the government to reduce the cost of the data package for the students, since most of them are attending through mobile, which will help them to have an uninterrupted learning through online education through COVID-19. This is our paper, and I would like to thank our Honorable President, our Vice Chancellor Ma'am, our Rector, Provost, Ramesh Sir, everybody and all the conveners for giving us an opportunity to present our paper in this forum. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Actually, we need another 2 hours to discuss this topic because it is a very hot topic. Challenges faced by school students in attending online classes. School students, when it is 7th, 8th, 9th standard, we can, at least it is okay. But starting from LKG, they are attending the online classes. It is very tough. When I had I visited one of my relative, LKG, they participated, and LKG, UKG first standard, it is a very tough means very pathetic situation. So even we all hope we come back to the normal, so that only it will help. But even that online classes, how to manage, we need to need a lot of another kind of information to be provided to the students, which I feel, because only 20% students are taking in a good way. They are moving in good 20 to 30. Remaining lot of students, even there is a very certain threats is there, certain direct that interaction is missing. When it
Very
is
much it is
about
missing. Yes, sir.
Yes, when it is a live class, even I also feel when I taken class, that live interaction is missing. When we are talking to the students, we are calling students, purposely they will not respond, and they will tell, sir, my mobile problem, or mute problem, unmute problem, like that. So like this kind of lot of things are there. So anyway, so even though we have to learn and practice whatever it is there, the situation, we need to practice in that way, so that only it is good, ma'am. So we'll call the next, that the knowledge of dental practitioners towards the treatment protocol given by Dental Council of India during COVID-19. Dr. Anbu Veluswamy, Associate Professor, Faculty of Dental. Welcome, madam.
Good afternoon.
Have a quick note, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you can continue, ma'am.
So my presentation?
Ma'am, you can share, ma'am.
The host is not allowing me, sir.
Yes, ma'am, I will do, ma'am. Wait. Yes, ma'am, continue, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon again. The second, the COVID-2 second article is the knowledge of dental practitioners towards the treatment protocol given by the Dental Council of India during COVID-19 pandemic in Chennai. This was conducted by our colleagues, my PG student Nandini G. Ashok, and my professor Pruna Devdas, Dr. Aishwarya, Dr. Bharat. And this article, this is a questionnaire survey among the clinical practitioners about the protocols. The aim of the study is to find out whether they have the knowledge about the about facing the pandemic situation during the clinical practice. And this is cross-sectional questionnaire survey, which was conducted, which was the questionnaire, 20 questions were framed according to the protocol given by the Dental Council of India, and about 300 dental practitioners performed in the survey. And regarding the questions was regarding the dental emergencies and the fumigation techniques, and about the protection protocols to follow. This survey was conducted in the early January 2020, where the situation was like the new information was coming about the COVID-19 virus. So in this, the results what we got is the 61% of dental practitioners was not aware about the protocols to be followed. They are in oscillation about the protocols to be followed. And this article concludes that though the protocols has been given, the continuing dental educations and webinars are used to find out the right solution, find out the right path to tackle with the clinical practice and face the COVID-19 pandemic. So as such, we so far so many webinars, so many continuing dental educations are happening, and now we are getting new knowledge about the COVID-19. And thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So next I would like to welcome for the title Molecular Docking Study of Marketed Drugs to Treat COVID-19, Ms. Gajalakshmi, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Pharmacy. Madam,
Good evening
welcome.
to everybody. Yes, sir. Good evening to one and all present here. I would like to thank our management, CVR Journal Club, and our beloved principal, sir, for giving me this opportunity to present on this forum. Sir, my slides, sir.
Ma'am, actually, Rajkumar system some issue. You can share, ma'am. I will give the co-host, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Madam Anbu, ma'am, you can just stop sharing, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Gajalakshmi, ma'am, continue, ma'am. You can share.
Yes, sir. My screen is visible, sir.
Ma'am, you can make it fast to conclude, ma'am, so that we
Yes,
have.
sir. Yes, sir. Good evening to one and all. We have presented a paper on molecular drug study of marketed drugs to treat COVID-19, and we have also done a statistical survey report of COVID-19. Me and my colleagues have started working on the analytical survey, and we have published one paper. Followed by that, we have done a molecular data study on the marketed drugs. Actually, COVID-19 is an outbreak, and it makes us to concern on worldwide to determine the unavailability of the promising drug to treat the COVID-19 disorder. The discovery of the antiviral drug plays an immense role in existing spread of this novel coronavirus. The goal of my present study is to develop opposite antiviral drug agents against the novel coronavirus 19. The encouraging approach is to identify the promising drug molecules and the compounds through virtual screening, and the docking study was based on by using the various softwares. And we have utilized two softwares to study this molecular docking study to understand the COVID-19 and to find out the right choice of drug to treat COVID-19. And we have chosen some of the marketed antiviral drugs for this study as a standard survey report. The study was evaluated on the basis of the docking score. And we have also done various already synthesized derivatives has been chosen for the study. For example, I have chosen pyridone derivatives and also I have chosen a pyridone derivative and coumarin derivatives for the study. And we have done chosen a proteins from the protein data bank. Specifically, I have chosen only 2 proteins from the protein data bank based on the literature survey. The docking was done based on dock of it to a molecule. To the viewers, I just want to convey what is docking. A docking is nothing but a ligand directly fits into the receptor to produce its action, either by inhibiting the enzyme or by stimulating the action of enzyme. So we have docked a ligand that is already synthesized pyridone derivative and coumarin derivatives with the particular receptors, ACE receptors and human coronavirus receptors has been chosen from the data bank, protein data bank, and the structures has been derived based on the 3D crystalline structures. And I have docked for the COVID-19 virus. To understand about the COVID-19 virus, it is a glycoprotein and it is having a spike-like, crown-like arrangements. And the COVID virus infect the host in 3 stages. First stage, it is nothing but they are attaching to the host, that is transmembrane spike conjugated protein get attached through the angiotensin converting enzyme. And the second step is the consequent stage in which the replication occurs, wherein the ribonucleic acid dependent RNA polymerase enzyme is completely exploited. As a result, a coronavirus are ribonucleic acid viruses that use host cells to replicate by themselves, and it destroys all the normal cells. So the last stage is said to be the maturation stage of viral replications within the host cells. As a result, 3C-like protease, papain-like proteases are formed. Some of the medications which are approved by the FDA and it is administered in the early stages, like riponavir, remdesivir, these drugs were chosen for the standard molecular docking study. And I have done an in silico molecular docking by using Argus lab. Argus lab, you have to prepare the protein first. The protein are prepared by using a docking software, that is molecular environmental software, to study the protein structure. And the ligands has been taken and converted into ChemSketch for the adaptation into the software tools. Then I have docked the ligand with the receptor and I have done a docking score and we got a binding energy. Based on the binding energy, the result proved that the negative value of the binding energy will have more complex interaction between the receptors. As a result, they have been proven to be the right choice to treat the to treat the coronavirus. And the reason why I have chosen the pyridone derivative and coumarin derivative, especially for the study of coronavirus, in the sense, these drugs, they have already proven to be an antiviral, antimicrobial, anti-tumor agents, as it is a topmost drug which are used to treat all these disorders, and they have the ability to inhibit the microorganism effect. I have chosen those derivatives, and the docking result also proved me the positivity over the particular receptors such as 5CE1 receptors and 40WO receptors as a protein targets which I have chosen for study. And the obtained parameters contains the docking score, binding efficiency, ligand hydrogen bonding interactions, which made clinically proven of the COVID-19 treatment against the standard drugs which are available in the market. The study also shows that the binding score energy of this 5CE1 and 40WO receptors are found to be most profound when compared to remdesivir. All of the docking scores of the coumarin derivatives and pyridone derivatives are higher than the docking scores of the drugs which are available in the market as antiviral drugs. So it comes under the category of repurposing of the drugs through in silico screening survey. So my conclusion of the study states that it is a gauge binding affinity of the active compound within the target, which plays a vital role in order to task the method of virus entry into the host cell. As a result, in silico process of virus maturation in the host cell can be completely inhibited by using this coumarin derivatives and pyridone derivative. So coming to the concept of docking, the values of my docking scores are these based on the two receptors, and they have shown a negative value, and this negative values are prompt to have a good interaction between the drug and the receptor. Hence, for further study, if I go for the in vivo as well as in vitro, the study may give a positive result and it give a new drug for the treatment of coronavirus is our target. And I thank our management, our department people, Cvr Journal Club activity team for giving me this opportunity to present a research article on this forum to create an awareness about the drug development using molecular modeling and screening techniques. And we also done a statistical survey report. Molecular docking studies, about 85% of the drugs are proving positive result, and it is optimistic for the drug discovery process as it comes under the artificial intelligence technique, and we can utilize this for the drug development process. Thank you, everybody. Sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. It was good representation, and you done good contribution also. Hope 3 to 4 paper you published related to COVID also. Appreciate your effort and your continuous research, which is helpful for the university and for all the public to get connected with the research outcome and helpful them to utilize your research in their work. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
So next I would like to welcome Sandhya, ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Biotechnology. Mental health and stress of students during COVID. Ma'am, make it quick, short note, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So COVID-19 is commonly known as a novel coronavirus, is believed to have originated from a wet market in Wuhan and has spread all over the world, resulting in a large number of hospitalizations and deaths. Apart from this evident physical symptoms in infected cases, it has been serious damage to public mental health. India, like other countries, implemented a national-wide lockdown to contain and curb the transmission of the virus. So the current research is an attempt to explore the physiological distress among people residing in India during the lockdown. People have been advised to maintain social distance, wear a mask, and sanitize their hands frequently. The present study was conducted from 3rd April 2020 to 3rd May 2020. 400 participants were asked to complete a questionnaire session with questions around symptoms of depression, anxiety, stress, and family affluence, and also the somatic symptoms. So the Google Forms was created and circulated on different online platforms such as WhatsApp group and emails. An online written consent was taken from all the participants before they answered the questions. The data was analyzed with the help of SPSS software of version 2.1. T-test, ANOVA, and correlation analysis were carried out to make the influences. Out of 400 participants, 110 were found to be male and 290 were females. The mean of the age of the participants was found to be 21.95 from this sample. Now, 190 were students, 31 were research scholars, 34 were doctors, and 33 were nurses, 35 primary level students, and 77 were the final year graduates of both undergraduate and postgraduate. 4-item version scale was used to assess the socio-economic conditions of the family. For example, a questionnaire has been placed like during the past 12 months, how many times did they travel on a holiday with their family or friends? And socio-demographic and personal characteristics like age, gender, year of study, etc. has been asked. And Copenhagen burnout inventory development was adapted to assess the burnout syndrome. This contains 25 items of 4 subscales where the personal burnout questions has been shooted and studies related burnout questions have been shooted, and the options have been ranged from always, frequently, sometimes, rarely to never. So using the response accuracy scale, 1-item measured is used to assess the accuracy of the response of 5-point scale, where 0 is referred to as not at all and 4 is referred to as extremely stressful. Next is a depression, anxiety, stress, and somatic symptom scale, where the version has 21 items and is used to assess the depression, anxiety, and stress ranging from 0 to 4. Based on this analysis, number of missing values are found in the data, where 13 people were excluded from the analysis added as they did not choose the option read most part of the survey or read all the questions in the survey carefully. So using the remaining data, it is found and indicated that students and healthcare professionals like doctors and nurses are needed with a special attention because of their higher psychological distress after switching to online learning as a consequence of COVID-19 quarantine. So thus it was found that burnout and the prevalence of depression, anxiety, and stress symptoms among students were lower during the traditional learning when compared to online learning period. Thus, students' evidence provides that online learning not only helped to fight against the COVID spread of virus during the pandemic, but it has also created a negative impact on the mental health of the students. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So thank you, and I welcome Dr. N.S. Subhashri, ma'am, Dean E&S, to present his research on a real-time research survey analysis to ascertain the effectiveness of online education due to COVID situation. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can I share my screen?
Ma'am, wait a minute. I will give the.
Yeah.
Ma'am, continue, ma'am. Subhashri, ma'am, continue, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. One second. Sir, is it visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So good afternoon, one and all. I'm here to present a real case study, a real-time research survey analysis to ascertain the effectiveness of online education. This is done for the first year BTech students of 2019 batch. So it's a real-time analysis. So this paper discusses the effectiveness of online education in the pandemic situation. The physical classroom condition lost its monopoly due to COVID-19 situation. The internet had made learning possible in this tougher situation. There is no alternative other than shifting to online education in this scenario. This research study examines the effectiveness of online education based on the real-time survey analysis. It is found that online is as effective as traditional classroom teaching, provided if you are able to solve the technical glitches. Based on our research survey, the authors found that the effective online instruction is dependent on well-defined course content, motivational interaction between staff and students, well-prepared audio-video aids, and proper evaluation and assessment techniques. This paper analyzes the pre- and post-lockdown teaching methodology. The findings, the number of students attendance, that is the attendees, was more than 85%. Majority of the students were able to complete the assignments and assessments on time. Almost 94% of the students said yes for online classes. The content delivery through online classes were rated as very good. Understanding level of the subject through online classes was rated as good. An interesting question was imposed to access of uploaded materials and content easily, where 90% of the students were able to access with ease. Students were reported, that is 84% of the students reported on-time submission of assignment and assessment. The audio-video quality also was rated as good. When comparing online and offline teaching mode, that is classroom teaching mode, many students rated online education as excellent. So that is what is depicted here. Now, in order to do this survey, we posed some 9 questions to the students and even the staff, and this is the response we got. The response is on an average 5-point scale, and the handling of online classes came to around 2.97 on a 5-point scale. Content delivery to fullest satisfaction was 3.15. Content access with ease was 4.02. Audio video quality was 3.30. Online classroom comparison was 2.48. Emotional connect with student was 2.46. The overall rating was 3.07, and the stress management level was 2.75. But we had some negative findings also. Some students were not able to connect to the online classes due to remote area network issues. Effective monitoring of students were difficult. The advantages of online classes during such pandemic situation is the online education provides anywhere, anytime access of content. The contents are available all the time. The flow of teaching learning contents or can be well maintained. And it also enhanced the peer learning. That is among the students, they helped each other, and hence we could see a lot of enhanced peer learning mechanism among the students. So finally, coming to the conclusion, the online teaching learning process is as effective as classroom teaching. Due to flexibility, accessibility, and affordability, online education is gaining popularity, and we have no other option other than online education in this pandemic situation, as it is a new normal. Once again, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So now I would like to request Dr. A.R. Arunachalam, Professor and Head CSE, Deputy Dean, to present his research on empirical study on factors influencing online education and challenges faced by faculty members.
Thank you, sir. So can I share my screen, sir?
Yes, sir. Wait a minute, sir.
Yeah, sir.
Yes, sir. Continue, sir.
Yeah, sir. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Continue, sir.
Yeah, sir. So thank you. So this paper is about an empirical study on factors influencing online education and challenges faced by faculty members at this crucial pandemic period. So this research we did it actually last, I think last June, July, when we were into the online education. We wanted to have an analysis or research on this particular area. But most of the challenges which we have pointed out here is now, I think it's been overcome by this point of time. But since this research was done last year, we just wanted to let me tell what are all the challenges we had at the initial stages of the online teaching. So, I mean, the main aim of this particular paper is to bring out the challenges especially faced by the faculty members while taking an online class. So basically, like earlier we had the traditional teaching of the classroom teaching, but now since we were into the online education, now we are called as like modernized teachers, where we start making use of the technology on a larger aspect. So mainly this study was concentrated on the role play of modernized teachers rather than the traditional ones, and especially what are all the difficulties or challenges they faced during the online session. So to do the study, we actually created a set of questionnaire, and it was given to almost 4,367 teachers. We created a Google form and we sent it across. I mean, we conducted a few events online, and through that more participants joined, and we sent the Google form also as a survey form with some set of questions, through which almost 4,000 plus participants have responded to this particular questionnaire. So faculties from from different, staff from different faculties, across various educational institutions, from faculty of humanities and science, engineering and technology, medical, dental, law, architecture, took part and responded to this particular questionnaire. So based on the data actually collected, the survey, the analysis was done with the help of the SPSS software. So mainly some of the statistical tools like descriptive statistics, ANOVA and principal component were involved to understand the outcome. So based on various literature review we did, by seeing a lot of papers, we came to understand there are few challenges faced by faculty members during the online classes. So these are some of the 10 variables, I could say, which was used for this particular research. So the first one is keeping the students on board to attend the online session is difficult. I mean, this was earlier the problem which I told that last year when we were into the online classes, the initial stages, we had this difficulty of making the students to attend the online classes. I mean, it was a little tougher challenge. And then avoiding the distractions from other social networking sites was always very difficult, because nowadays I think students are much distracted to other social media like Instagram, Facebook, YouTube and such kinds. So avoiding the distractions was also one of the challenge. And third one is, one of the important things is the internet connectivity issue was always a difficult, one of the important challenge which was faced actually. And then converting the study materials into digital format at a shorter notice was one of the challenge. And then fifth one is, since the students were from different background, I think some had smartphones and some had laptops. So that was one of the challenge because of the social background. And then sixth is balancing the family and work was actually quite difficult. No, I mean, balancing both the things at the same time was one of the challenge. And then not much interactive with the students. I mean, when we are into the physical classroom, we usually have the direct interaction with the students face to face. But when we went into the online, that was one of the challenge, like not much interactive with the students. And then eighth is, we need to think about of different strategies of teaching when we are into the online education. And then challenging to build a comfortable environment for learning was also one of the challenge. And then lack of motivation with the students at that time was one of the challenge. So these are 10 challenges which we identified by doing some lot of literature work of identifying from various research papers. And these were some of the results from the paper through SPSS. Let me point out certain things. I mean, among the respondents, I think 52.8% were female respondents. And then if you see the age distribution, I think 31 to 40 between that age group, more than 47% were the respondents. And then table 3 will tell you which faculty, I mean, the staff from which faculty were the more respondents. I think according to this, 54.6% were from the humanities and science. And then the devices which were used for online classes, I think 52.3% were using both mobile or maybe the laptop. 21% were using only mobile phones and 25% were using laptop. So using both the devices, almost more than 50%. And then the toughest part was one of the for the teachers were monitoring the classes or maintaining the discipline within the online forum. Now almost I think 40% have agreed for that. And then expertise in ICT. I mean, when we went into the online education during last year, I think the lack of ICT expertise was lacking. I think many people agreed with that. I think 53.6% strongly agreed that expertise in ICT was less. And then many told that they need training. In fact, I think 52.8% of the people respondents told that they need more training as well. And based on this, these are the 10 variables which we have identified. And based on this, we have computed the weighted mean as well. So finally, through this research, I think, once this pandemic came into existence, we were automatically shifting from the physical classroom to the online classroom. As I already told you, 53% of the respondents were female, and working from home was obviously a toughest job for the female faculty members. So because they need to balance both the family as well as the professional work together. And on the other hand, I think age was also one of the important factors. So elder people were finding little difficult to getting adapted to the technology immediately. When we went into the online education, I think immediately getting expertise with the ICT, they had some little difficulties. I'm talking about the last year. But now most of the people are now familiar with the technology, and also non-technical people. From other streams like language and arts were also finding little difficulty in handling the online classes, having ICT expertise. But many people told that I think attending online sessions like FTP workshops have really helped them to improve the ICT skills. And majority of the people have told that monitoring the class and maintaining discipline inside the online class was a little tough. Especially during the online class. As far as this current situation is concerned, I think like as Dr. N. Subhashri ma'am has told, I think this is the only way we need to conduct. There is no other alternative. So I think online classes are the best supplement for the current generation students. So this is what the survey we have actually done. So as I already told you, these were some of the challenges which we came across last year, but most of the challenges now have overcome, and most of the things have sorted out now. So I think now the challenges have now been reduced. So thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. So done a good job for the teaching community to know the status of where we are and where we have to correct it. Thank you, and we welcome now the Dr. Visureka Varalakshmi, Professor, Department of Physiology, ACS Medical College, to discuss on his research article, Impact of COVID-19 on Consumption of Food and Health Supplement among various age group in Tamil Nadu.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, can I, the screen, sir, I need to share my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Wait, I will do.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Continue, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, is it visible?
Ma'am, you not sharing, ma'am. Your file not shared, ma'am. You can share one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bhavana. Yes, sir. Now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So, good afternoon, all. And today I'm Dr. Sureka Varalakshmi, Professor of Physiology. And before I start, I would like to express my gratitude to the management of Dr. MGR University and the coordinators of CV Raman Journal Club for making this event happen and giving me this opportunity. So our work was on the effect of COVID-19 on the food intake of people. So it is a very common topic, very close to our heart when we talk about food. So the paper that we did a cross-sectional survey, and we have published a paper. It is published in International Journal of Food Science and Nutrition, and along with my co-authors, Mrs. Ramya, Chandan Bala, and Nitya. The paper is Impact of COVID-19 on Consumption of Food and Health Supplements among various age groups. So it was a cross-sectional study. So what was the need for the study? So it goes by an ancient proverb which shows that let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food, which tells us that if you take your food in a required quality and quantity, food itself can be a medicine. You don't need any other medicine to treat yourself. So based on that concept, and to know what is the perception of people on COVID-19 and what is the role of food to treat COVID-19, we prepared a questionnaire and which had 4 sections. So the first section was on the social demographic status of the people, and then on the quality and the quantity of food they consume, the physical activity and the changes in the body weight, and the fourth was the what do they think about intake of health supplements and immune boosters. So we have so based on the study, we had nearly 700 participants in the study, and which showed that the maximum were of all the age groups between 18 to 25, 26 to 40, and more than 40 years of age. So our first section of our questionnaire, which shows that what is the conscious change in the cooking pattern. And we found that the maximum people are they agreed that there has been a conscious change in the cooking pattern at home. When I say conscious change, it means that they are more towards eating fruits or salads and developing a more healthy food style. And also we found that people agreed that they are more towards physical activity. So in females, around 63 people agreed that they are doing physical activity, and they agree that doing physical activity is the best thing that can happen during the COVID lockdown. And physical activity included yoga or doing any aerobics at home or having a small gym or cycling at home. And males, physical activity, 76 percent of the people agreed that physical activity is very important, and they have started doing physical activity because of the COVID lockdown. And it was a big change for them from the usual running out, like always they are too busy. So then we also found what is the immune boosters, and they agreed more than 50 percent agreed that they take immune boosters. And when we asked them what are the type of immune boosters they take, they agreed that homemade concoctions like Kabasura Kudinir was maximum. Around 42% people agreed that they take homemade kashayams, which was followed by vitamins, Ayurveda medicines, and a combination of everything. So to conclude, it is a very positive study outcome of the study, which shows that people are very aware. A self-awareness is there among people to have a balanced nutrition, to have a change in the conscious cooking methods. And even a very important part of it is nearly 90% of the people said that it gives them a positive attitude. That is, eating good food gives them a very positive energy, and they've agreed to continue this even after the lockdown is over. It is not only during lockdown, even after lockdown, they agreed that they will continue eating fruits and salads and other healthy, and to follow a healthy lifestyle. So it is a very positive outcome from the study, and hopefully they will continue to do so and make them more immune and healthy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your team wonderful research. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Now I'd like to invite Dr. Kavita, Professor, Department of Physics, to present the paper on knowledge, attitude, and practice towards COVID-19 disease among various professionals.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Dr. Kavita, coordinator, Cvr Journal Club. First of all, I would like to thank our Honorable President, sir, and Dr. Ramesh, Dean Events Publications and Alumni, Dr. Mjr Educational Research Institute for organizing such a wonderful program. Today, I have chosen this article, a review on knowledge, attitude, and practice among various professionals, a cross-sectional survey. I would like to thank the authors of this article, Abhita, Ramya, Bhagyashri, Suma, and Dr. Sureka for publishing this article in the Asian Journal of Pharmaceutical and Clinical Research. Actually, why I have chosen this article means knowledge, attitude, and practice, that is KAP. Actually, we must have some knowledge about some diseases and attitude and practices towards the preventive measures of that disease will definitely help us to be free from that disease. Okay, so that's why I've chosen this article. Actually, the main aim of this is to assess the knowledge, attitude, and practice associated with this COVID-19 disease. And by making an online survey, here they have done an online survey throughout India during only the initial phase of COVID-19 between 19th March 2020 and 29 March 2020. Here they have this survey was gone to reach the people above 18 years, and they made a questionnaire of having 3 sections: social demography, knowledge and attitude, of having a lot of questions regarding this age, gender, marital status, and occupation regarding to this pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. Now, what the methodology here they are used is only there's an online survey only, and only through social media, WhatsApp and Facebook, they have collected the data. They made the questionnaire, and through Google Forms, they have collected all the details. And from this survey, we have that is among nearly 449 participants completed the survey, and the overall knowledge score regarding this COVID-19 characteristics with only 43% of the population. They have moderate knowledge towards this disease. Also, an overall score of this 34%, they have the knowledge of mode of transmission, and groups are at very high risk regarding the attitude towards this COVID-19. So this result shows the significant correlation between the female gender, higher age, and higher education with the knowledge, attitude, and practice based on multiple regression analysis. So this male gender and the non-health related professionals and the single and lower level of this education, definitely they are associated with this low knowledge about this COVID-19. So, okay, so from this survey, what we are concluding is, since it is done by means of this social media, it only helps educated people, and so they only have the awareness of making some preventive measures, that is following the social distance and wearing masks and avoiding going to crowded places. So this survey helps only the educated community to be aware of this COVID-19, and it is not at all reaching their rural areas, and most of the people, they don't have the awareness about taking this preventive measures from this COVID-19 in the rural areas. So what I've suggested is this survey should reach the rural people, and this study should be continued to the rural people to access more knowledge about this COVID-19. What we are concluding is that these findings really suggest that the population demonstrated decent knowledge, appropriate practice, and positive attitude towards this COVID-19 at the time of breakdown. So I once again thank all for giving this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now I'd like to request Dr. M. Chandrasena, ma'am, Professor and Heading Department of English, to present his article on pandemic and the technology mediated higher education in India. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I must thank not only you, but also our university management team for offering us this forum. Sir, I am representing the Classic General Club of Department of English. My paper, Pandemic and the Technology Mediated Higher Education in India, is not a survey, but it's only an observational paper. The difficulties as English language teachers we face in the higher education context, and what we feel should be good for the students in general and also for the teachers in particular. So I have given an introduction, sir, about the screen sharing, sir. Shall I share my screen, sir?
Madam, please wait, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam, wait, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. You can share, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. So our present predicament is the one that is common to everybody. It's not Dr. JPJ Abdul Kalam's bright and impressive vision of India 2020 that we had in 2020 and the present 2021. But it seems to be a very gloomy and dull year. But it has been all proximate businesses have been shut. The schools and colleges have been shut. There are silent corridors. But what is bright and positive in this context is the teachers' resilience and reluctance to submit to coronavirus has made us feel positive. The COVID-19 impact on English vocabulary is one thing that I wanted to share. So the neologism and linguistic creativity and lexical innovations are part of our language teaching. As such, this COVID-19 itself is an abbreviation of coronavirus infected disease of 2019. And there are so many other metaphorical saying. The lockdown has unlocked the repository of knowledge of the higher education institutes, especially in the field of webinars, wherein people from all walks of life are participants. So now there is one more thing that I would like to talk about in this present paper was published in March 2021 in a Scopus journal, the IUP Journal of English Studies. So where I have talked about the ironical situation of the use of mobile technology in university higher education. Previously, mobile was banned in the universities. Now we need mobile for the students to participate in the teaching learning process. So the digital classrooms are common now. How effective are we going to make these digital classrooms to give an enjoyable online classroom for the students? That is my talk of the paper. So in this paper, it is not only our interest in making the online classes effective, but also there are certain external forces like the Google. Even the Google shared their difficulties that the teachers have had in conducting the online classes, the disobedience of the students during the participation of the online classes, whether the teacher will be able to remove them or whether the teacher will be able to coax them to join the classes and behave properly in the classes. All these things were also were done by the Google officers. Well, they have given us an innumerable facilities to run the classes online. Okay. So the next thing that I was talking about in this paper was the pedagogical implications that we have had of these online classes. So the present higher education context is not that causes anxiety, but one that constantly evolves, bring in the new pedagogic principles, changes in the new pedagogic principles. So the teaching learning attitude, not only the attitude of the students, the attitude of the teachers have also to change with the changed context, and not only the attitude, the methodology of teaching, but also the content with which the method is being followed in the online classes. The contents also should be changed in accordance with the needs of the hour. The techno space, despite the wide penetration into the changing tracks of language pedagogy and the capabilities of the teaching learning trends of the present times, is an unregulated, actually, it's said to be an unregulated and uncharted, because the people, we have not yet completely assessed how exactly we can make this online classes successful in terms of reaching the students and delivering the material to the students. And we also face the technological applications in the content for learning. How exactly the contents need to be prepared. And we know that contents have to be very attractive to motivate the students to take part in the online classes. So the selection and presentation, everything should be towards bringing a change in the learning behavior of the students. So the virtual classes have not only replaced the physical dimensions of brick and mortar classroom, but also printed paper books. Now we have not the printed books, but we also have e-books, which can boast of eco-consciousness. Now I can talk about this disadvantages. There are so many disadvantages. I know this is landless, spaceless revolution is made possible even before people have realized what is happening in the teaching learning sector. But the network issues, lack of training, all these things have been part of this online teaching. And also the students' lack of attendance, lack of personal touch, lack of everything, which make the online teaching morose. But what we can do to make these online classes an interesting one is the need of the hour. So the good practice and lessons learned. The teachers, the academic community should share their knowledge. How exactly they have made the online classes very interesting and innovative to attract the students to attend the classes and learn from the classes, and how effectively technology can be infused in teaching learning process. And you know, this is the technology mediated learning. Not only the technology integration is integration, it is mediation of the technology to take the material, the teacher methodology and material to the students. So these online classes have to be very active learning and interactive sessions. And as I have told in my previous round,
you can conclude.
They have to be with assignments should be multimedia assignments to make the students participate. This is what I have given in this particular paper, and it was published in a Scopus in this journal. Thank you, sir, for giving.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. You can stop sharing, ma'am.
Yes,
thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Dr. Nirmal Famila, Associate Professor, Thai Muhammad Dental College, to discuss his research article on knowledge awareness of the general public regarding dental treatment during coronavirus disease outbreak in Chennai. Welcome, ma'am. Chandra,
one second, sir.
Stop sharing.
Wait.
Madam, welcome, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Chandrasena, ma'am, you stop sharing, ma'am.
Stop sharing, sir. Wait.
There will be a green button, ma'am. You need to look for that in the center.
Green button, ma'am.
Screen button. Save, don't save, cancel. Micros.
இல்ல not PowerPoint இல்ல மேம், நீங்க மேலே ஒரு green color button இருக்கும், மேல இருக்கும்.
Okay. Stop share. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Continue, ma'am.
Can I get screen sharing also?
Yes, ma'am. You can share the screen, ma'am. Ma'am Famila, ma'am, you can share.
Yes, sir. So very good evening to one and all, and I'm going to present our department COVID research article in the second round. And I'm an associate professor from the Department of Prosthodontics and representing the GV Black Journal Club from Thai Muhammad Dental College and Hospital. So the rationale behind the study is whether it is the most of the dental clinics were shut down during the lockdown period, during the last lockdown period. And because of the DCA guidelines and other regulatory bodies asking the dental professionals to shut down. Moreover, it is also the fear among the general public to visit the dentist because
The aerosol procedure, which is commonly carried out in the dental treatment, as dental treatment is one of the modes of transmission for COVID-19. So it is the behavior, we wanted to know whether the behavior of the general public or it is their knowledge about the fear of dental treatment related to aerosol procedure causing the dental clinic to shut down during the last pandemic. So we did, our main aim was to assess the knowledge and awareness using a convenient sampling method among the general public, and we conducted an online survey among the general population in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. So the material and methods used was, it's only an online survey. We used Google Forms, and the samples selected were only the known contacts of the researcher from our department. So a result, around 370 people responded to the questionnaire, and the questions were based on the knowledge about the safety protocols, the anticipated cost, whether the cost of PPE would be burdened on the patient, and the possible routes of transmission, both direct and the indirect method of transmission, and also about their awareness, what they, then the precautions which the patient is supposed to follow while visiting a dental clinic. So about 76% of the patients had around 284 samples identified both direct and indirect contacts as the modes of spread. And around 52.6%, around 194 patients were aware that the virus can spread through aerosol procedures. And in fact, a request has been made by such patients that aerosol procedures can be avoided in such patients. And about 81.6%, roughly 302 patients, considered going to a dentist during this pandemic. So in conclusion, we can say that we were able to confirm that the patients were aware of all the protocols, and still they were able to persuade with the dental clinic which is open during that time. But the limitations of this study, which I would say is more sample size should have been included, and the study was conducted only among the Chennai population. So if more other cities could have been included, especially because in the last wave, we had very less number of COVID infection rates compared to the other states in India. So if this study has been extended to other states, maybe the actual data about the patient's concern and the knowledge about the safety protocol would be more evident. And the sample should have been collected before and after pandemic, because there is a general fear for dental treatment among the population, and sure that this COVID situation had mounted this fear. So if the sample and the data should have been collected before and after the pandemic treatment, we would have got a more better results for this survey. But still, we made recommendations to the Dental Council of India saying that since most of the patients are aware of all the what are the protocols to be followed, the dental clinics can be open. So I would again like to acknowledge our patrons, our Vice Chancellor and Registrar, this is Cvr Jc Journal Club, for providing this opportunity, and also our college and a principal, additional principal and vice principal and all the head of the departments, faculty team and the students for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So we come to the conclusion of the second round. The last may request to invite Mr. Sujita Jabaros, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Nursing, to discuss his research article, Effectiveness of an Awareness Program on Knowledge Regarding the Influence of Sunshine Hormone on Enhancing the Reproductive Health of Men. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can I share my screen?
Just wait a minute, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Continue, ma'am.
A warm good evening to all. And for this second round, I have chosen a study which was done by myself and along with my students last year during this lockdown, and we are on the process of publication. The title of the study is Sunshine Hormone and Reproductive Health of Men. By hearing this title, so many questions will arise in your mind.
and I hope this article review will answer all your questions. Vitamin D is known as sunshine hormone, as the sunlight is the major source of vitamin D. As we all know, the major role of vitamin D is to regulate calcium level and thereby its help for our bone health. But apart from that, it also does so many functions in our body, among which maintaining and ensuring optimal reproductive health and fertility in both men and women are the major role it does in our body. Infertility has become a very big burden in our country, and studies says 1 out of 5 couple is childless. In older days, we had health program to control the population growth, but now the scenario has changed. The rise of infertility clinics are the best indicator for the growing rate of infertility. And statistics say male factors are contributing to half of the cases related to infertility, but we are not ready to accept it. Among the male population, we have chosen the IT professionals since they are the indoor workers even before the lockdown and not exposed to adequate sunlight. And now this lockdown made them to shift them to work from office to work from home policy that will further increase their level of risk to develop vitamin D deficiency and becoming vulnerable to infertility. So we conducted this study with an aim to impart knowledge and spread awareness among IT professionals regarding this concept. Methodology. So we have adapted pre-experimental design and we recruited 50 IT professionals using convenient sampling method, and we designed and used a self-structured questionnaire for assessing the pre and post-test knowledge. And the intervention we used was a video lecture which speaks about how the sunshine hormone, that is the vitamin D, enhancing the reproductive health of men. Coming to the results, we could see a high level of increased level of knowledge in the post-test. So we can say that this video lecture had a good impact on the knowledge level of IT professionals, and it fulfilled its purpose, that spreading awareness regarding their reproductive health. And concluding this, I just want everybody to get on to the sunshine and get on your vitamin D. And here I just wanted to express my thanks to my students who made this study a successful one. And once again, I thank our management, our chairman sir, president sir, and our secretary sir, and all the executive, especially our principal madam and our faculty team, for making me to present my article and to disseminate my research findings in this platform. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, thank you so much. And we almost come to the conclusion. And so the second round, our faculty speakers shared their research work, which done by the authors of MGR and published in Scopus Index journals. Yes, the third round, which we already mentioned, that third round is for the participants. So we given several requests for the participants. Those who are interested, you can just you can come and talk about your research, what you did. Since there is no interest, no one shown the interest after our several requests. I don't know what is the tracks begin that. Even we give some time. If anyone interested, you can just unmute and talk about your research work. We can give some 2 or 3 opportunity for 2 or 3 participants to talk. If you are interested, you can just unmute and switch on the video, and you can present your work in short 1 minute. Any participants willing, you can just raise your hand and unmute. So we also already requested several times, since there is no very few interest only, I hope. So we will skip this round and we will go to
YouTube. In YouTube, somebody has given their consent. I think they didn't have their Zoom link.
Yeah, ma'am.
YouTube somebody has given their consent that they've done these papers. In YouTube பாக்குறவங்க கொடுத்திருக்காங்க அங்க.
Right. But they can't able to come here.
That's what.
Okay, right.
Okay.
So anyway, so now the last one is the question and answer round. So any participants you would like to ask any question to our panelist speakers, they will present your answers. So you can post your question in the chat box, or you can unmute and post your question. Participants, you can give some feedbacks also. If you are interested, you can give some feedbacks also, so that
This is Mrs. Jeevalata here. This is a wonderful session, really, sir. It gave us a lot of inputs and views. And one of the papers which I admired is given by Narayanan sir, based on the current pandemic situation and what things are happening. It was really very nice. And this is a real good place where we collected a lot of information, as the journal thought that this will give views to people who want to talk about, want to see about COVID. Yes, really, this will help. To know about what all the papers publish and what all things we can gain from that. It's really a good initiative, and it really went on good. Thanks for organizing.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other feedbacks, you can present it. So we had feedback in the chat box also. So our objective already told, in a short time we need to represent the good number of content to the participant. That is what our objective. Yes,
sir, good evening, sir. This is Dr. Neeraja, MBA department. Actually, few areas which we really don't know, which we are unaware. At least we have a bird's eye view. Few topics were so excellent regarding dental, regarding physiotherapy, and really very, very informative and interesting topic. Fortunately, if all these PPTs and videos can be shared, I think this will really be helpful for everyone. And your work is really great, sir, appreciable. Really, this pool of all areas at a time, really it was a very great work, sir. Thanks a lot for giving me also an opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. And this video is already recorded and it is available in our YouTube channel, ma'am. So anyone can able to go through in later also, they can able to view. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, good evening, sir. This is Gajlakshmi from Faculty of Pharmacy.
Yes,
and I'm proud to say thanks, and it's a big opportunity where you have given for all the department in our university, and it created a big familiarization about our university during this pandemic situation. We are alert and active over the drug development, awareness, experimental work to be done related to COVID-19, and it also created unknown facts are made familiarized by the various department people within a short duration of span. And we extend our sincere thanks to Cvr Journal Club for giving a right opportunity at the right time, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
this is Dr. Hema here, Principal Faculty of Nursing. It was really a wonderful session. As Neeraja Madam has rightly said, it was an amalgamation of all departments' contribution, which was reviewed. So it was a bird's eye view. And I just wanted to say the one research topic which was presented by my faculty on boon or bane. In her findings, it said that professional C was little less when compared to the other C. But had this study was done in India, I think professional C also would have been higher. That was my observation. I just wanted to share, because this event, this research review itself is a creativity from the Cvr Journal Club initiative. Hats off to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. So thank you, Vinaya, because rightly pointed out by the speakers, today the whole teams is here. Dental, physio, nursing, H&S, the whole speakers are here. That is what the beauty. And for example, I able to understand a lot of other kind of research today. So normally we focus only on engineering and little about humanity and science. Today it is a multi component which it is the same reverse also. So a dental doctor today, they can able to learn a lot of engineering based content also, and H&S based. It is a good one. And with this we come I had an idea we can implement this same concept in our journal club meeting also. So the journal club meeting, we normally we will do only one paper review, that we can make it like a take lot of paper and present the review, so that it will be good for that. And we coming to the concluding remarks. We had a 3 rounds, and the round 1 which we done a review, even though still lot of papers are there. I told you already, we have 40-50,000 papers. Total 0.1 million papers are there, but 40-50,000 papers in top reputed journals. But in that we taken only 16 papers only. So it is 16 papers. How we selected? Based on the particular area. We initially planned some area to be discussed. So that area, our research, our speakers get the information and finalize that. Then only it is decided. So so thanking note to all the authors. So because a lot of authors presented, so we selected in this mode based on our discipline. We selected. That is what the each discipline there is different papers. Based on the speaker convenient, we selected the paper. That is what the thing. So tomorrow no one should feel that why this paper is selected, another paper is not selected for the review. So that is what I would like to share. And the round 1 good information which is given by all our speakers, and round 2 the research related to MGR papers also presented. Finally in the conclusion remarks. So what happened today, maybe we have around 250-300 participants in Zoom, and around 100-150 participants in YouTube, around some 500 participants. In future, around another some 1,000 or 2,000 views, the video will come. So what will happen? So the essence, the review essence which we given, it is like a research review paper. Normally, if you write some review paper, what we have to do? We have to collect lot of information and consolidate all, make it like a paper into 6 page and present it and publish in the journal. The same time, same like which we did, it is like here this 3 hours video, 3.5 hours video will be available like a review paper, so that in future all the people can able to, they don't want to go and study all these 16 plus 10, 26, 30 papers. Just they will go through the 3 hours video. Yes, the complete paper content will be transferred to our brain. So this is what our aim. Almost it is fulfilled. And thank you all the speakers, MGR speakers, and thank you all the participants. We know that there is we even Sunday we not able to finish in time. We taken another 1 hour. Now the time is 6 o'clock. We expected to finish by 5 o'clock, but we given the registration form and certificate form. Thank you, special thanking to the 107 participants. Maybe we can around 10 speakers, around 90 participants still with us. Actually, you are actually the real researcher. Salute you. The reason is because people will come for certification. That is one character people. So the people, those who come for certification will leave by 5 o'clock. Right? Those who all participated 5 to 6 o'clock is actually the people, those who want to gather knowledge, information. Salute to all the participants. And thanking all the journal club coordinators who taken a lot of initiative and get the speakers, coordinate with that for the registration, for the coordination. And thank you, Kavita ma'am, Devi, done a good job in the preparation of the poster, all the content. And Johnny Raman, Prasanna in the back work, our office, Anita, Rajkumar, doing fantastic job in back working, managing Zoom, managing all the platforms, so that it will be in a good way. Thank you all. So I am giving back to the Niranjana ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I hope I'm audible. With this, we are coming to the conclusion of this event. Participants are requested to fill out the feedback forms to get the certificates. Now, I would like to request Dr. Usha, Associate Professor, Department of CSE, to present the vote of thanks.
Yes, ma'am. My voice is audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, yes. So I'm Dr. Usha, Associate Professor, Department of CSE of Dr. MGR Education Research Institute. So on behalf of Sir Cvr Raman Journal Club of Dr. MGR Education Research Institute, it's my privilege to present the vote of thanks. So I would like to thank our beloved founder chancellor, Dr. A.C. Shanmugam, our President Engineer ACS Arun Kumar, who always support us to conduct event like this, Vice Chancellor Dr. S. Geeta Lakshmi,
former Vice Chancellor, Dr. NGR Medical University, and our Rector, Dr. P. Vishwanathan, former Vice Chancellor, Anna University, Registrar, Dr. C.B. Palanivelu, Joint Registrar, Dr. V. Cyril Raj, Dean Engineering and Technology, Dr. S. Sendilvelan, Dr. L. Ramesh, Dean EPA, speakers of MGR COVID-19 Coven event, Dr. E. Kavita, coordinator of the event, all the department journal club conveners, and last but not the least, so all the participants from various colleges and universities across India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Please bear with me for the concluding notes. In the words of Jeanette Coron, everybody goes through difficult times. Everybody goes through difficult times, but it is those who push through those difficult times who will eventually become successful in life. Don't give up, because this too shall pass. Stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you all. So